Sergeant at Arms. Thank you very much, Sergeant at Arms, and colleagues and members of the gallery and folks watching at home. We're gathered today for the Tuesday, June 16th, 2026 meeting of Halifax Regional Council. The Halifax Regional Municipality is located in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq people. The municipality acknowledges the peace and friendship treaties signed in this territory and recognizes that we are all treaty people. And before we come to order, I'll just invite us to take a moment of prayer, reflection, or quiet meditation, please. We'll come to order. And colleagues, we have come to order, and we're going to go on to item 2 on the agenda, special community announcements and acknowledgements. And I think that there is an elephant in the room, so I may start off by acknowledging that elephant. Colleagues, you may recall that I made a very public wager with Mayor Olivia Chow of Toronto during the National Lacrosse League Championships, where the Halifax Thunderbirds were facing off against the Toronto Rock. In that wager, the losing mayor had to wear the winning mayor's team jersey during a council meeting. Well, my friends, today is the day. Before the meeting, I want to say thank you to Councillor John St. Amand. You should have all received a Thunderbirds jersey. This is a very generous gift from the Halifax Thunderbirds. It's yours to keep. Yes, indeed. That's a nice surprise in the turn of events here, showing their gratitude for your support through their season. At the end of the community acknowledgements, we will take a photo, and in front of the raised platform here, we'll gather around so that we can make good on the ill-advised wager that I have made with Mayor Chow. And then we'll take a group photo as well with the council, and I will change my t-shirt to a Thunderbirds shirt, and we'll gather at the break in the afternoon for a photo on the staircase as well to show our support for our amazing Halifax Thunderbirds. Thank you for taking part in the fun. There we go. And with that, I'll look to the board, and I do see Councillor St. Amand, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, it's that time of year again. Bedford Days is upon us, and I didn't want to wait until next week's meeting because, quite frankly, there's just too much going on, and the Bedford Days celebrations start just days later. Bedford Days runs from June 25th all the way through to Canada Day, and I'm delighted to invite residents to visit halifax.ca/Bedford Days for the complete schedule of events. But one of the events that I'd like to highlight is I am hosting a bike ride, a very family-friendly bike ride from DeWolf Park to our wonderful, beautiful Bedford Public Library and then back again, so we'll get to experience the Bedford waterfront along Shore Drive. Then we'll just hang out in the park and enjoy one another's company afterwards. So I'd invite all of my council colleagues, or I have invited all my council colleagues to join me, and I invite the community to come out as well just to have a little bit of fun as we mark Bedford Days once again.
Very good. Looking forward to it. Thank you very much, Councillor. And we'll move on to Councillor Daigle Gammon, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it's Dress Up Day. So to the Jays Care Foundation, we'd like to say a huge thank you. On June 7th, the Jays Care Foundation announced a contribution, their grant of $500,000, $500,000 to go to lights in the Waverley Sports Park. We're 12 years waiting for these lights, so hopefully this investment kind of moves us along a little bit. But congratulations to the LWF Baseball Association, led by President Adam Long, and the executive director is a longtime councillor known to many, Barry Dalrymple. So the Dance of Joy was made at the Waverley Legion when they made their announcement, and just congratulations and thank you to the Jays Care Foundation. Thank you.
And well done, Councillor Daigle Gammon, on your advocacy leading to this great outcome. I'm very happy to join you in celebrating that turn of events today. And with that, it's the day of many outfits. With that, we'll go to Councillor Kent, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to acknowledge that Shearwater Community Residents Association is opening a new community garden behind the arena at Shearwater on Saturday. And they're opening it with a vendor market and a community-wide yard sale, and that's at 9 o'clock in the morning, I think. Yeah, it's 9 o'clock in the morning if my memory's being faithful to me. The other thing that's happening the following weekend is on Saturday is the para community concert, and lots of games and activities for young and old, and we have lots of food there and wonderful people, so I'm encouraging people to go out. And lastly, I am going to take this opportunity to express as a Grammy that my youngest grandson, Francis, is already a year old at the end of this month. And I don't know how that happened, but it did. And so we have a 2-year-old and a 1-year-old now all together. So I just want to say happy birthday to him officially. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And we'll move to Councillor Hensby, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Coming up tomorrow evening, June 17th, Wednesday night at 7 o'clock, the Lake Echo Communities Recreation Society will be having its annual general meeting at the Lake Echo Community Center. Also, the same time, Wednesday, June 17th at 7 o'clock, the Musquodoboit Harbor and Area Chamber of Commerce will be having a town hall meeting. A very important topic will be discussed will be the future of the Eastern Shore District High School building that's been vacated ever since built the new school in the industrial park. Deputy Mayor Paula Flesh and MLA Minister Kent Smith will be present for that meeting to discuss what the fate of that building may be. Coming up on the following week, on the weekend, on the Saturday, the June the 20th, from 4 to 6, the Calvin United Church out there by Lawrencetown Beach will be having a spaghetti supper. And on the 21st, the first day of summer, also Indigenous Day, Chesapeake Days will be occurring all day at the Chesapeake Lions Center from off East Chesapeake Road, starting at 9 o'clock with breakfast, going right through the day to 4 o'clock with barbecues, fun and games, and everything else. Also that afternoon at 12 noon, Kim Thompson, the Executive Director of the Deanery out there in West Ship Harbor, will be officially retiring and passing the torch on to Craig Puncher, the new Executive Director that's been hired. And I want to congratulate and give my appreciation to Kim on her service to the community at the Deanery project in East Ship Harbor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hensby. Seeing no other names on the list, we'll carry on to item 4, which is approval of the order of business and approval of additions and deletions. And Madam Clerk, I'll turn. The photo, correct. Let's pause and do the quick photo. I'm going to ask for the patience of the folks in the gallery and watching at home so that we can take care of this quick moment here, and would invite colleagues up to the front here, and we can take care of this item. Both sides, yeah. Let's just sort of gather up here best we can. And just as we resume our seats, all that excitement reminded me of one final announcement, and that is Sail GP is back. So I was going to invite everybody to make sure they get down to the waterfront. There's spaces for 50,000 people to watch on the waterfronts of Halifax and Dartmouth without having to pay a penny. All up and down. There are only two. There's only one very small area that's paid. The rest of it is wide open, and we're going to watch these amazing high-tech 50-foot hydrofoiling catamarans reach speeds of 100 kilometers an hour, cheering on Team Canada, who have 2 or 3 members from right here in HRM that call this their home. So hope to see everybody down on the waterfront for Sail GP. Now, with that, we'll move on to item 4, the approval of. Oh my God, the minutes. Everybody's saying minutes. We're going to approve the minutes of May 26, 2026. Could I have a motion? I saw Councillor Steele, seconded by Councillor Gillis. Any discussion on the minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor, show of hands, please. And the minutes are approved. Madam Clerk, you've been very patient. Now we'll get to item 4, the approval of the order of business. What do you have for us?
Thank you, Mayor. We have a few additions as follows. 18.1 Fly Pass request, Sail GP event. 18.2 Councillor Hensby, letter of support for FCM Sustainable Communities Award. Item 17.6 property matter. And item 22.1 private and confidential in camera in private information report personnel matter. There is also a request to move 15.4.1 Board of Police Commissioners 2025-26 annual report and work plan to follow item 13.
Okay, thank you very much. I see Councillor Austin has raised his hand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to move the information item on the playing field strategy to our next meeting, please. The information report.
Okay, very good. So noted. Thank you for that. Then, seeing no further names on the list, could I have a motion to approve the amended order of business, please? Moved by Councillor Gillis, seconded by Councillor St. Amand. All in favor, show of hands, please. And that is approved. Thank you. That brings us to the consent agenda. There are quite a number of things on consent today. I'm just going to go through them here for those watching at home. First, 15.1.2, appointment of the Municipal Emergency Management Coordinator pursuant to Bylaw E100. 15.1.3, Council Award HRM 2026-0228, request for proposal, lease, delivery, and monitoring of transit tires. 15.1.4, MPSA 2025-02020, amendments to the Regional Center Secondary Municipal Planning Strategy and Regional Center Land Use Bylaw for 1528 Queen Street, Halifax, PID 000773313. 15.1.5, MPS Rev 2026-01639, land use regulations for solar collector systems. 15.1.6, proposed amendments to Administrative Order SC 110, respecting closure of parcels within the Cogswell District right-of-way, Cogswell District. 15.2.1, update on options for future use of the Halifax Memorial Library site. And here I will note my intention to pull that from consent. And 15.2.2, Seniors Recreation Services Plan 2026-2030. 15.5.3, Regional Special Events Grants Report 2026. 15.6.1, Case HRDG 2025-02219, request to include 2319 Maynard Street, Halifax, in the Registry of Heritage Properties for the Halifax Regional Municipality. And finally, 15.7.1, 2026 Lacrosse Canada Minor Box Nationals Additional MILSER Grant. And with that said, I'll go to the board, and I see Councillor White, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I was also intending to pull off the library, so 15.2.1. So there you go.
Councillor Hinch, please.
I would like to pull off 15.6.1.
And that being the heritage request for Maynard Street. Okay, thank you. And seeing no other names on the list, could I have a motion to approve the amended consent agenda? I saw some hands up over here first. It was Councillor Gillis and moved, seconded by Councillor Hartling. And this is a digital vote, colleagues. Okay. So just to keep folks up to date, that is Councillor Kent voting in favor without her computer. Are we?
Councillors Kent and Councillor Mancini have both voted in the affirmative.
Approved consent agenda. And colleagues, that brings us to item 6, business arising out of the minutes. I don't believe there is any. Good. Item 7, call for declarations of conflicts of interest. Councillor Hensby, please.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. By order of the Judge of the Supreme Court of Nova Scotia, I must declare a conflict in item 12.1.
So noted. Thank you very much. And Councillor Purdy, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also have a conflict with our public hearing tonight. Is it 12.1? Yes, 12.1.
Okay, the same item as Councillor Hensby.
Same item.
Okay, thank you very much for those declarations. And the clerk has taken note. Item 8, motions of reconsideration. There are none. Item 9, motions of rescission. There are none. Item 10, consideration of deferred business. There is none. Item 11, notice of tabled matters. There are none. Item 12 is a site plan approval hearing. That is scheduled for 6 p.m., so we'll be coming back to that at that time. And that brings us to item 13, correspondence, petitions, and delegations. Madam Clerk.
We have received correspondence for items 15.1, 18.1, and 21.1, which has been distributed to members of council.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And then, colleagues, in accordance with the amended order of business, we will jump ahead to item 15.4.1, Board of Police Commissioners 2025-26, Annual Report and Work Plan. And so I'll look to see who's in the gallery today. Welcome, gentlemen. The floor is yours when you'd like to begin.
Good afternoon, Mayor Fillmore, fellow commissioners, and members of council. It's an honor to present the 25-26 annual report and the 26-27 work plan for the Halifax Board of Police Commissioners. Before Mr. Bates provides a detailed walkthrough of our upcoming initiatives for 26-27, I'd like to reflect on a year of significant progress and stabilization for policing governance in our municipality. The past year has been defined by the successful implementation of the revised police bylaw, which received ministerial approval in March of 2026. This milestone's clarified the roles and responsibilities between the board, the Commissioner of Public Safety, and the municipality, reinforcing the importance of appropriate governance boundaries. This stability, alongside the leadership of Chief Don McLean and Chief Superintendent John Duff, has allowed the board to focus on strengthening our oversight framework. We also welcomed Commissioner Brian Carter to the board, whose 25 years of RCMP experience is proving invaluable, and appointed our first ever administrative assistant, Katie Hill, to support our mandate. A major highlight of the past year was the launch of the Crisis Assistance Response Team, the CARE team, by the Community Safety Business Unit, provided by funding provided by Regional Council. This community-based trauma-informed service provides support for individuals experiencing mental health and substance use distress, and serves as an important alternative to traditional policing responses. The board recognizes the value of the CARE team in enhancing community safety outcomes, enabling our officers to focus on core policing responsibilities, while ensuring residents have access to well-informed support when appropriate. Our policy work has remained a top priority. We successfully adopted several critical policies this past year, including those governing matters of immediate strategic significance, often referred to across the country as a critical point policy, an armored rescue vehicle policy, the policing of encampments, and as well a more recent policy adoption, a new use of force policy, which is an update that HRP has now released in support of with their own policy. Notably, I'm pleased to report that the board has now implemented all the recommendations directed at us from the independent civilian review into the 2021 encampment evictions. Furthermore, we launched our first community survey on policing in September of this past year, ensuring that the diverse voices of our residents directly inform our priorities and performance metrics. Looking ahead in 26-27, our focus shifts toward long-term transformation. Our primary objective is the development of a comprehensive strategic plan for policing in Halifax, a collaborative effort involving HRP, Halifax Regional Detachment, and the community. We will also continue our work on developing and piloting joint police performance metrics for both HRP and HRD, reviewing the annual police budgeting process to enhance financial oversight, implementing new policies focused on community engagement and our continued interface with the CARE team, prioritizing employee experience and psychological safety of our police services, and as well supporting the province's policing transformation work as this effort begins to take shape. Our goal remains to ensure that policing in Halifax is delivered in a way that is transparent, accountable, and deeply aligned with the values of our community. It's now my pleasure to introduce Mr. Josh Bates, the board's policing policy strategist, who will walk you through the details of our 25-26 outcomes and the 26-27 work plan. And we will both be available for your questions following the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair O'Malley and Mayor Fillmore and members of Council. I'm pleased to be back at Council sharing the significant progress made by the Board of Police Commissioners over the past year under the leadership of both Chair O'Malley and Vice Chair Kent, and to give you a little preview of some of the board's activities over the coming year. First, as a refresher, establishing a police board is a requirement under the Police Act for any municipality that has a municipal police service. The Police Act also requires that any municipality that is policed by the RCMP to establish a police advisory board. Because Halifax has a unique policing model, our board plays a dual role. It acts as a board of police commissioners for the HRP and as a police advisory board for the RCMP. Broadly speaking, the board is responsible for providing civilian governance and oversight of our police services on behalf of Regional Council. Throughout my presentation, I'll talk about what this looks like in practice. I'll now provide a brief overview of some of the key events that have impacted the board over the past year, building on the chair's introductory remarks. Earlier this year, of course, Greg O'Malley was re-elected chair and Becky Kent vice chair. And as the chair mentioned, we're pleased that Commissioner Brian Carter was appointed as the board's provincial appointee last year, which brings the board to its full complement of 7 members. The past year also saw the release of the province's comprehensive Nova Scotia policing review. The review outlines 6 foundational changes, each of which will have a significant impact on the work of the board, and we'll be working closely with the province as these changes are advanced. In fact, one of the changes is to broaden the mandate of police boards to provide civilian oversight across a broad spectrum of public safety services. And our board has already moved in this direction by inviting Rachel Bohm to sit around our board table and provide important updates on the work of her business unit alongside the Chief of HRP and the Chief Superintendent of HRD. The last significant activity I'll highlight, which the Chair also mentioned, is the approval of our police bylaw by the Minister of Justice. This bylaw was first approved by Council in 2024 and creates a more coordinated approach to public safety. It also has some implications on the work of the board, including on the budget process, which I'll be speaking to later. So moving on to the board's activities, as always, a significant part of the board's attention was focused on budget-related matters, including inviting public participation and considering written submissions before recommending HRP and HRD budgets to Regional Council. Other activities include approving several new policies, including one called Critical Point, which helps ensure the board is appropriately notified of important policing events taking place in the community. And other new policies developed were in the areas of policing encampments, armored rescue vehicle, and use of force. Many of these policies relate to the independent civilian review and to the August 18, 2021 encampment evictions. And in September, the board received a final formal update related to that review. As the Chair mentioned, we're pleased that the board has implemented each of the recommendations in this review directed at the board. This past year, the board also adopted in principle a set of proposed police performance metrics. These metrics will help measure progress towards meeting objectives outlined in the strategic plan, and also will help inform the board's budget deliberations. Another big item is the community survey on policing, which was launched in September. Results from the first 2 quarters are currently available on the board's main website. And Regional Council has shown leadership in continuing to allocate funding for this important survey, which is being used to inform policy priorities, the police performance metrics, and of course, our strategic plan for policing in Halifax, which I'll speak to on the next slide. And all of this brings us to our current work plan priorities. In March, the board held a special meeting to discuss these priorities. 6 buckets, if you will, emerged from this discussion, and those are up on your screen now. The first, of course, is to develop a strategic plan for policing in Halifax, and this process actually began last fiscal year with the appointment of a steering committee. The real heavy lifting will take place this year with the formation of a working group, community engagement, the identification of focus areas, and the actual delivery of the plan. And speaking of community engagement, this is actually one of the areas of policy development, which is the second budget bucket, and we'll be bringing forward a policy on community engagement at our July meeting. Other areas of policy development identified by the board for this year are body-worn cameras, which are to be rolled out by HRP by the end of this year. And the board will also be bringing forward a body-worn camera policy at our July meeting. Other policy areas are sexual assault case review, which would provide a framework for committees reviewing sexual assault case files. The last policy priority identified by the board is around collaboration and interface with the care team, which speaks to that strengthened relationship and alignment with community safety that we both referenced earlier. The next bucket is to review the annual police services budgeting process. Specifically, the board is interested in gaining a deeper understanding of the implications of the new bylaw on the budget process and to explore ways to provide oversight of police-related spending currently residing in other business units, while also, of course, respecting that all budget-related matters lie with Regional Council. Next, we have integration, which includes actions around endorsing the 4 pillars in the police transformation study, providing direction on the CID managerial report, and formally adopting jointly produced police performance metrics. On employee wellness, the main item is to provide policy direction and oversight to issues raised in various surveys and reports on the topic of employee wellness over the last number of years. And lastly, on public engagement, we will continue delivering our community survey on policing, formalize a support framework with corporate communications, and begin implementing the engagement activities outlined in our new policy. So as you can see, it's been a busy year for the police board, and with the development of our strategic plan for policing in Halifax, we expect an even busier year ahead. And I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to share this work, and the chair and I would be pleased to take your questions. Thank you.
Thank you both very much for the presentation, and we'll go to Councillor Kent, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I think I'll just put the motion on the floor if I could. Move that the Board of Police Commissioners 2025-26 annual report and work plan be received by the Regional Council, received this Board of Police Commission's Halifax Regional Municipality 2025-26 annual report and 2026-27 work plan for presentation and approval.
Seconded by Councillor Hinch.
Thank you. I don't really have any questions. I've asked a lot over the last few years. I think if I could, I'd just take a moment to thank Josh for the work that he's done as our policy advisor, and really he's really helping us stay on course as a board to move ahead some significant policy work, the strategic planning work, things like that. And I just want to acknowledge the support that council gave to make sure that we were able to have that position in place. It has made a huge difference, and we're seeing it now. As well, thank you to Greg. Greg's been a great leader and continues to steer us in the right direction. Our board is strong. I feel confident in that. As we go forward, I do want to note that the provincial policing review is actually in motion around creating a blueprint for the recommendations that are coming forward. We expect that that kind of blueprint will be released fully within about a year. I, as the Nova Scotia Association of Police Governance representative for the board, am part of a Tiger team, and I don't want to explain what that is. Took me a while to figure it out. A group of us that have the opportunity to see this early and create and give our feedback and insight into developing that particular plan. And the province is leading this through Kurt Komotsky, a former police officer and consultant for many, many years in justice. So I think we're in good hands on that in that regard. I do also want to acknowledge that our chief of the Halifax Regional Detachment, John Duff, has put in a notice that he will be retiring, and his last days will be in July. So Don Mosier is the acting officer in charge now, as soon as John is officially gone. So for those of us who have RCMP, that's a contact that you're going to want to know, and maybe you could reach out and wish him well in his next journey. He will be returning to, I think it's Manitoba, is it? Yeah, where his family is still living, and he's just made the decision based on family. He's enjoyed the time that he's had here. And I think he's made a difference. He came in with the fluidity of making sure the integration space has been had, that the connectivity that the board has, although it's an advisory role, I think we've had a really good dynamic and engagement with them to actually influence the work that they're doing here, which was very different from the past. Jeff Christie had really mended a lot of things that we had in that regard around the board's insight and opportunities to make a difference. But now John continued, and we'll now wait to see who comes along. But I have great faith in them. So for now, I'll leave it there. I think that I just want to say how proud I am to work with the people that are on the board and to to be reminded of how much work that we've done. I don't know how much time I have. Good. To be reminded of the amount of work that we've done and the significance of them. And when I think about the number of years that I've been on the board, we have had a lot of feedback from public, often at budget time, around wanting change and wanting better oversight. And I think you heard today very clearly that those things are now very well established. We are holding accountable, but we're also playing a very supportive role. Police are here. Police are our mandate here at council and in the city, and part of the public safety complement. And so I think the board is very, very strong and proud to be part of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know if there was any response you wanted to offer there.
I just wanted to add possibly that Chief Superintendent John Duff, who is retiring, that his father was an RCMP officer who was stationed in Nova Scotia, which brought him here originally. But prior to that, his grandfather was actually a chief of police for the city of Dartmouth. So just to share that.
Service is in the blood there. Councillor Mancini, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to give Chair O'Malley a big thanks. Chair O'Malley works hard. He puts his every effort into the work on the police commission. I get emails when he's on vacation, so his wife even gets mad at him, but he's very focused, and we're lucky, and thank you for your leadership. There's lots of heavy lifting on this committee, for sure, and so I appreciate your leadership. Lots of great work, lots of heavy lifting. Police oversight was what we're all about. Some may say we're just cheerleaders of police. Well, if you ever attend any of our meetings, we challenge when challenge is needed. We ask tough questions, and that's the role of the Board of Police Commissions. And so I'm very happy and very proud to work with the strong team. Acknowledgement to Josh Bates, who leads our policy work, Mr. Mayor, in a couple of areas that I'm personally interested in, and some good work right now, as Josh mentioned, the focus on body-worn cameras, which is council has supported, and that's coming out soon, but we need strong policy. We look at police forces across the country that have body-worn cameras, which is most. What is key is strong policy, and Josh is leading that. And also another item that I'm very focused on is the sexual assault case review, which Josh is doing that work also. Our focus in 2027, two items, colleagues, I wanted to bring to your attention that we're working on, constantly working on. We're always talking about intimate partner violence and gender-based violence. Almost at every meeting that we have, we either have presenters or conversations about that. There is a crisis in our community, and it's important that the police continue to focus on that, and they are. And that's our job, the Board of Police Commission, to make sure they continue to focus, and they do. Our care team updates we get from Bill Moore and his team. It's just showing amazing work by that care team, and how it's making sure that police aren't the first response when someone's in a mental crisis. The care teams will go doing that work and doing great work, and we get updates on that at every meeting. And finally, to my colleagues here, many of you have community meetings, and if it's related to policing, I encourage you to invite the Board of Police Commission to attend. Chair O'Malley will try to go. If not, somebody else will go. I think it's really important that the Board of Police Commission hear what's going on in your community, and they can relay that to our meetings at the Board of Police Commission. So if you're having a community meeting and it has anything to do with policing, please send out an invitation for somebody from the board to attend. And I'm sure that Chair O'Malley will, if he can't go, one of us will go. I think it's important the board hear it. So just wanted to say thanks to everybody. I appreciate that support. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you very much, Councillor. Excuse me, Councillor Mancini, and we'll move to Councillor Hinch, please. Yeah, I do. It's true.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, after all that Councillor Mancini and Councillor Kent has said, there's not much more to say, but I do want to thank Chair O'Malley for all that he does, because, you made it possible, and you made it, how can I say, you made it so that I feel like I'm a part of the process and things of that, because I still didn't understand, some of the things that were going on, but I'm learning as I go, and I'm going to continue to learn, and I thank you guys for that. This board is an amazing board, and I say that because I feel the sensitivity, the love, the respect from all board members, and it's amazing. Josh, you do great work, and I thank you for all that you do as well. So pretty much what was said is how I feel, and thank you guys very much.
Thank you for that, Councillor Hinch, and we'll move on to Councillor Steele, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Greg and Josh, for your presentation today. I appreciate you being here. I have a few questions. I know there's work being done on performance metrics. Just curious how that is rolling out, and maybe I'll put all my questions out there. I'm also always very interested in integration and how the integration between Halifax Police, the RCMP, and also our community safety team is working. We're hoping to see broad community benefits from integration, improvements with policing overall, that residents can see a marked difference, and of course improvements for our human resources working in the area. So curious about how the integration is working. And then my final question, you mentioned public engagement. I know there's a survey. I've been promoting it in my newsletter, but I'm curious about what other public engagement pieces you're doing. I'm not necessarily informed on that. So those are my 3 questions. Thank you.
I'll ask Mr. Bates to comment on the new policing performance metrics and where we're at with the adoption of those, because that is a completely new set of metrics that we haven't captured in the past. And so I want to share a comment there, Josh.
Yes, thank you, Councillor, for the question. So the board adopted, in principle, a set of police performance metrics in February. So there's a report I'd be happy to send you. The metrics are based on a national framework. So there's actually 6 buckets, and they're metrics in various areas. And what the board did was they asked the 2 police services to go out and look at the feasibility of collecting this information. So some of the information would be widely available. Some of them they might have to integrate. And I know Commissioner Moore will be speaking to that next. But we wanted to delay the formal adoption because it's of course important that the performance metrics adopt progress made towards the strategic plan. So we have provisional metrics. We're going to look at the plan and we're going to make sure that the metrics match up with the plan.
Okay, so that's why it says in principle.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we will see some results of these metrics at some point, directly or indirectly, perhaps?
Yes, following the adoption of the strategic plan. And the provisional metrics, the metrics adopted in principle, are publicly available.
Okay, thank you.
We will move to the 3rd question, and then we'll go back to the Transformation Commission question now that Commissioner Moore's come forward, but let's address the engagement. So in terms of engagement, we rely, as Councillor Manzini said, hearing about all of the community engagement that the individual councillors do so we can go out and participate. And HRD has been very good about going out into their communities and organizing yearly updates. And we're also doing a broad engagement plan in association with the strategic planning process. But as well, we're creating a new engagement policy, which we really haven't had in the past. So maybe I could just ask Josh to comment on where we're at with that policy creation.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thanks again for the question. So there is a community engagement policy that we're targeting to go forward at our July meeting, and we're looking at a number of things. So one is HRD already does a lot of engagement. HRP does engagement too. So one of the things that's put forth in the policy, again, not yet adopted, but the council has a community engagement plan. So we want to make sure that when the police and when the board does engagement, we follow that plan. So one important element of that plan is producing what we heard reports, which currently isn't happening. So there might be great engagement happening. In fact, I know there is, but that information is not necessarily getting back to the board. So we want to make sure the board has that, has those reports so we know what was said. Another thing we're putting forward is around a community roundtable on policing. Again, not yet adopted, but making sure that we hit all of the key stakeholders in the community. Because when you go out and you invite people to come and speak to the board, which we do around the budget, we hear from people who are very, very in favor of what the police are doing and people who might be very, very opposed. Most people probably lie somewhere in between, so we want to make sure that we hear from a broad spectrum of voices. So the policy that we're putting forward has some ideas around how we can make sure we hear from that broad spectrum.
Okay, I particularly appreciate what we heard reports. That sounds very useful for the future.
To what Councillor Mancini said, that and he's been a very, very strong advocate for this, along with our other 2 commissioners. Every meeting, we bring in and invite groups from the community, and it's largely been around community-based or gender-based violence, intimate partner violence. We're in July having an alternate sexual assault case review model presented. There we'll start to hear feedback of how it's done in other jurisdictions across the country. So again, every meeting we're engaging with the public, and we intentionally go out proactively to invite groups in. So maybe I'll turn it over to Commissioner Moore. The topic of transformation is always very prevalent in all of our discussions, and he can speak to that topic.
Great. Mr. Mayor, members of council, Bill Moore, Commissioner of Public Safety. Our integration efforts are starting to move forward over the last year in the reporting to the board. I would say prior to that, we received very separate presentations, but we've now, under the direction of the board, both HRP and HRD are combining their information and presenting together to provide an overall picture. In addition, we have just completed, actually I met with both the chief and the senior staff of HRD yesterday. We just finished a multi-month integrated criminal investigation division managerial review. I think it's safe to say that the Integrated Criminal Investigation Division is probably the flagship of integration. If anybody has ever visited the offices there, HRP and HRD members are working side by side on some of the most serious crimes that are happening in HRM. That model had not been looked at really deeply in the 20 years since it started. So that report was presented to both leadership teams yesterday, and we're just working now through an action plan, and that will be coming back both to the board and to council once we have some more information. And we think that there are some concrete pieces that we can look at in there to strengthen not only the integrated criminal investigations, but use it as the building blocks for further integration because of the experience that we've had there. I'm pleased to say that both agencies have embraced integration, and we're looking now practically on how we move some of those items forward. That is in concert as well, as mentioned, with the provincial policing review. Those 6 areas that the province is working on interact with various parts of it. So all those pieces are coming together, and I'm hoping they will all inform the strategic plan that's coming this year for an HRM policing strategic plan, an overarching plan that would include input from both HRP and the RCMP, and in addition, the work being done at the Public Safety Office. So the public safety strategy will be renewed coming up this year, and through the work in Rachel's office and through my office, we're starting to see those items starting to move together in a much more comprehensive fashion as opposed to being separate plans. Will they be all, will we have just one plan this year? No, I don't think so. But I think after this cycle of strategic planning sessions now that council has done their strategic planning work, the board will do theirs. The next public safety plan, that'll set us up well for a much more comprehensive approach to public safety across the board.
Okay, thank you. I'm over time, I know.
Thank you very much, and we'll move on to the deputy mayor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, and thank you for this opportunity to talk about the work of the Board of Police Commissioners. Thank you to the commissioners as well as those that are councillors that sit on the Board of Police Commissioners. I know this kind of work is extra lift for everyone, and appreciate the effort. I do think, the question though about being impartial there is an important one, because I do think that bias can be created. And the cheerleader comment I think is an important one to discuss, because this is the work of this commission is critically important. It is our civilian oversight body, and it's really about ensuring public accountability, transparency, and the good spending of the proper spending of tax dollars on our police force. So we always need to keep that front of mind. And as a council, we have so few opportunities to interact with HRP and RCMP from a governance perspective. So just even having this opportunity is an important one for us. I too had questions about the police performance metrics. In particular, I think you mentioned that there was a national framework that's being used, but I was wondering if there were metrics specific to some of the issues and challenges unique to Halifax. And one of the priorities of council has been around road safety. I think we've had some better reporting back about incidents than we've had in the past, and that's a really positive move. But how will items like that be included in the performance metrics? Service delivery, another one, vacancy management. Are these things that are going to start to be tracked? Because from our perspective on council, they can often feel elusive. we talk about it year over year over year, but we're not necessarily seeing the traction in the police force. So, those are metrics that I'd be interested in when it comes to budget time, because we're constantly asked for resources, but we're not necessarily seeing the impact those resources are having on the ground. So and I had just one other comment before I'll hand the mic over to you. I can see you're sitting there ready to respond, which is great. Just the change of leadership in the RCMP. It's unfortunate that that we're losing another leader there. I think we've had, 4 or 5 in the last 10 years. And I think the current chief of the RCMP there was only appointed in November, is that correct? Recently? Yeah.
Over a year ago.
Was it over a year ago? Okay,
Yeah.
so it was just over a year ago, but that's not very long in terms of tenure. And so I do worry about succession planning and how and I know the RCMP is a little different than HRP, but does the board have any ability to work with the RCMP to ensure that there's clear succession planning? Because when we have the churn over and at the top, I'm wondering, how able are we to continue to make progress on key issues locally?
Thank you for your questions. I guess the first one I'll start with is around the performance metrics. Although it is a national standard that we used from other jurisdictions we made it Halifax specific. And so again, we just approved it in principle, and it will become more informed throughout the strategic planning process as we define the pillars and the objectives of the strategic plan. That'll then be supported by how we're going to measure progress on those. Maybe I could ask Mr. Bates to provide some additional input on that question.
Yeah, thank you. And this is where the performance metrics and the community survey actually meet, right? So we have the community survey on policing, and one of the questions is around police priorities, and traffic safety is one of those priorities. So seeing that, we added a metric around traffic safety to the performance metrics. You also mentioned vacancy management. That's another metric that we have. And that's a really important one, because when you think of police performance metrics, a lot of the things like crime severity index, well, the police don't have a great deal of control over that. But vacancy management, that is something that the police services have a greater degree of control. So there's a range of metrics that are included in what was adopted.
Comment on the about vacancy management. So in terms of HRP, which we have control over in terms of the number of resources, they have had a number of vacancies that they've been actively working by building up their own capacity to train. And so last year they had 22, I believe, new graduates. This year, in this July, I think it's the July 16th or 18th, I can't remember the exact date, they'll be graduating 38. So, very much building up the capacity to ensure that the communities are fully staffed by trained public safety resources. And then for the RCMP, in terms of succession planning, I know there's a very, the type of role in the leadership teams there is very strong. It's a very strong leadership team. And the chief superintendent, those resources get identified and filled by a national board, and then they're presented to the municipality to receive input in terms of final selection. Maybe I could ask Commissioner Moore to comment further on that.
Thank you, Chair O'Malley, Mayor, through to the councillor. Yes, so when Chief Superintendent Duff was selected, I actually sat on the selection committee with the commanding officer of Nova Scotia, Dennis Daly. So Dennis had previously served in the Halifax district for a long time, so we knew the area. I'm actually in the process of trying to get a sit down with the new commanding officer who I've met before, I know, and just to make sure as we move forward that HRM has a strong voice in the selection process. I think it's fair to say that H Division clearly understands that the support they provide to HRM is different than some other places because of the model that's here. And so we're actively involved in those discussions right now. And I'm pleased to say that we do have Superintendent Mosier in place, who has been here in HRM for a long time with both agencies. So we have some consistency and some some ability to continue on, and we're working right now on that process. And if I could just touch on the road safety piece that you had mentioned, council would recall that in the strategic plan that council approved, your strategic plan, one of the deliverables was including HRP more deeply in the road safety piece. And the other part I would say council recalls is I owe you a bit of a report coming back on vehicle noise. And what I've been trying to do is weave vehicle noise issues into the road safety plan so we don't end up with multiple plans. So I've had some meetings with HRP, RCMP. I'm waiting to meet with the traffic people in the province to work on that. So that'll be coming back as well. So council should be seeing it in the reports on your progress on the strategic plan. You should see it in the reports coming from the Board of Police Commissioners. So we're going to try to give you more information on those more elusive things.
All right, thank you. Yeah, very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And on to Councillor Daigle-Gamma, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation and the information, and really good report here. I would also say to Chair O'Malley, it is wonderful to see the commitment that you have to the position that you hold, and to see you come to Middle Musquodoboit, to see you come to Carroll's Corner, to see you come out to Fall River. We've not seen that before. Or not in my time anyway. It may have happened before me, but just my compliments, because it does say something to the community that they are seen and that they are valued in how the policing is reviewed in all of HRM. So thank you for that.
Sheet Harbor too.
Oh, he says and Sheet Harbor too.
With Becky.
Okay, you got your turn next. In the work plan, I do have a little bit of a concern about, the development of the strategic plan, because we're talking about forming a steering committee and then also talking about a working group. And, the commission is very busy people. And so I'm worried about a little bit about the capacity to deliver on, this is an ambitious plan. If you read between the lines and you're trying to figure out, this is a lot of work. And I do know at one point it says to figure out if there's capacity. I'm trying to remember where it was, but if more resources are needed, and I think that's something in Q2 that you're going to look at, but do you feel that you have the capacity with the current configuration with just one staff and where we're at?
We're definitely getting the support of Commissioner Moore's office, quite heavily actually. So in terms of the steering committee, Councillor Mancini is our delegate from the board to represent that, along with the chiefs and Commissioner Moore. And then a working group is actively working on it. Josh Bass is working on it, Kathy Collette. There'll be a variety of people. So I think so far, it'll be internally driven, and staff will play a critical role in helping formulate it, with as well communications helping do engagement sessions with the community groups that are identified by the steering group. Right. And so I hope so.
So is there a way to identify within the work plan who is on the steering committee and who is on the working group?
Yes, we can do some follow-up information on that.
Great. Yep. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Councillor Hartling, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for coming in today. I really appreciate your time and for the presentation. My question is about theft and retail theft. We hear quite a lot about that at budget time. I noticed that I didn't see it anywhere in the work plan or the strategic plan. And I also didn't see, and perhaps because the list is not exhaustive, community outreach to things like the Downtown Halifax Business Commission or, other business organizations inside of HRM. I'm just wondering, can you speak to whether that is, how that is being prioritized or addressed inside of this? I'd appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess that it would be a kind of a multi-threaded answer there. One comment would be is we hear frequently and engage with those groups who come in and present on that. We don't tend to get involved in, we're prohibited from getting involved in the operations of policing activity and where they spend resource time.
Absolutely.
And so can't really comment on that. If the chief was here, he would be able to do that. But I know that they've conducted a number of proactive efforts in that area. Without him here, it would be inappropriate, I think, to comment any further on that. In terms of the engagement of those parties, though, like for example, we've been without a strategic plan for policing for over 10 years. And so it's now time, and we're doing a much shorter window for that plan. So as a result, it'll be much more specific. And those groups will in all likelihood be consulted as one of the stakeholder groups that we engage with during the strategic planning process this fall. And so that'll be a way that we'll be bringing in their concerns into that process. Does that help?
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Anything to that?
Thank you, Chair. I guess what I would say is that I know that there has been ongoing discussion with for instance, the Retail Association and there's been some both proactive and reactive work being done in that space. I think there's also some legislation that has recently been passed around bail reform and the like that may have some impact as well. But I would really defer on the operational side to the chief on those pieces. But there is an open dialogue, and there is certainly a recognition that there's some work that needs to be done in that space.
Thank you, and we'll move to Councillor Kent, please.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to call the question very quickly here, but I do want to take the time with Bill at the presentation table to acknowledge the tremendous contribution that his team is really embraced with the Board of Police Commission. It is a new model. It is a model as well that the province is considering coming out of the police review. And we know that they're modeling that after Halifax Regional Municipalities space around that and asking for other, I think, other municipalities to follow suit with that kind of community safety and public safety space within the municipal units. So, but the contribution that is made, particularly around new response models, is one of the most exciting opportunities this board has. There has been some significant work already. We do have a couple of, I think CARE is one, and there was some more work being done on another space. But this is, I think, is very forward-facing and is a message as well to our public. I think Councillor Steele mentioned what has happened here around within the board to that they can say to their constituents that is changed. Well, this is a very significant change, and there is a lot of synergy, a lot of interplay, a lot of integration with not just our two police forces, but with our public safety folks and our community safety folks. So that in itself has so many opportunities to bear fruit and move in a direction that we know that the public has been asking for. And it's not just here in Halifax, it's across the country, where new police models, not only to create a different environment for responding to very complex scenarios and ones that don't necessarily need a police officer, but it's also helping to revert back to where police officers can really focus on their core policing responsibilities. So I'll leave it there, and if there's no one else, I'll call the question.
The question has been called. And the motion carries. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much to the public safety team. Nice to see everybody, and very grateful for your work. And colleagues, with this, we'll resume the agenda where we left off. I hurried past item 13.2 petitions, so I just want to make sure that no one had a petition they wanted to table today. I don't see any. Great. Then we'll resume the agenda at item 15.1.1, which is second reading of proposed bylaw U120 and amendment to bylaw U100 respecting user charges, ice rental rate increases. Would someone like to put the motion on the floor, please? Councillor Steele, please.
I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt bylaw U120, amending bylaw U100, the user charges bylaw, as set out in attachment A of the staff report dated May 19, 2026.
Seconded by Councillor Purdy. And I'm not seeing any questions
Question.
been called. There we go. And the motion carries. Thank you very much, colleagues. Then we're going to skip over a number of items that have been passed on consent. And if my reading the agenda is correct, that brings us to item 15.2.1, an update on options for future use of the Halifax Memorial Site. And I note that both Councillor White and I wanted to take this off of consent, and I will give the floor to Councillor White.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I'll read the motion that Halifax Regional Council discontinue the work on a plan for the Memorial Library site that was directed in items 2 and 3 of the July 9, 2024 motion, item number 15.1.5, and 2, direct the CAO to investigate new potential opportunities for the reuse of the Memorial Library and return to Council with a report outlining those potential uses for its consideration. Okay, yes, the library. So I do have a kind of a clarifying amendment to put on for the second one, but I'll just talk a little bit about the last year or so with the library. So yes, I heard about a year ago from local people and someone in Toronto really interested in adaptive reuse, just heritage in general. So I've heard from that person, I've heard from the Heritage Trust of Nova Scotia, heard from the Downtown Business Commission, and then the group formed the Friends of the Memorial Library, that there's interest in adaptive reuse for the building. I also have heard from other people that are more interested in what was decided before in moving forward with the park. So it's not super clear what the general public is looking for here. Two things in talking to staff over the year, like 2 things we've never done are a general survey to see what the public thinks and wants, and then a call out for adaptive reuse. We haven't done either of those, so I think it's good that this motion is looking at doing adaptive reuse. Let me see. What else did I want to mention? I think that's all I need to mention here, and I'll let you know the amendment I was looking for. Okay, I'll read it out and then I'll send it to you, Krista. So the same language, but direct the CAO to investigate the new potential opportunities for the adaptive reuse of the Memorial Library through a time-limited expression of interest or similar mechanism, and return to Council with a report outlining those potential uses, including proposed funding mechanisms for its consideration. Okay. Yeah, so I was just looking to be a little more clear of what we're trying to do, that we should put a bit of a time limit on this expression of interest, and that we really do want to hear about the financials and not just ideas, because I think 10 years went into ideas that didn't work out. So we're really looking for clearer proposals. So I welcome to hear your thoughts.
So there are some names on the list. I wonder, colleagues, as I did say, both Councillor White and I wanted to take this off consent, if you would allow me to be heard before we go into the broader debate. Thank you. I see some nodding heads. I appreciate that very much. In which case I need to leave the chair, and I'm going to maybe step into Councillor, I guess I'll just into your spot, Deputy Mayor. Thank you. There we go. Thank you. Councillor White and I had some hurried discussion before we got underway here, and we are largely aligned on our position on the matter of the Memorial Library. The way that I see the CPED motion, the staff recommendation that derives from the Deputy Mayor's motion in CPED, is that it abandons the previous council direction to work on a park design, and focuses instead on adaptive reuse of the structure, but without any guidance on the financial implications or what an acceptable financial arrangement might look like. So what I would like to get to today, with your help, I hope, is a path that allows us to continue the important work on redesigning a park space, regardless of what happens to the library building. That's still a vibrant spot in our downtown, and as we know, more people are living downtown and we need more park space. So rather than just let it be a grassy place, to actually proceed with consultation and design work to make a beautiful new urban park there. But my approach would also be to put some parameters around the adaptive reuse, agreeing with Councillor White's time limitation. I think that's really important, so that we're not just mired. We're 12 years into this now, so we're not mired in more years. We can let the time clock expire and move forward. I would agree with that, but I would say we should also put some parameters around what an acceptable financial arrangement looks like. My first position was, and I softened it, but my first position was, we shouldn't proceed with an adaptive reuse unless we find a partner who can carry 100% of the cost of the remediation of the building, which is expected to be around $15 to $20 million. I understand that's a pretty hard line, and so I would propose more like maybe 75%. But if we just say something like all or most, it's a mushy question. We don't have clarity, and I think I believe the staff would appreciate having some specific clarity to know whether a yes or no benchmark has been met. So I would love to see this be 75% of the cost of remediation. Unfortunately, as amended, or as the proposed amendment reads, it doesn't get us there. It's still silent on proceeding with the park design. And I think it's important that we proceed with a park design as well, because otherwise we're just creating a situation where we're going to have to come back to council again, and the wheels will continue to turn and more years will pass. We do have an opportunity today to give council direction on what a financial deal looks like for the reuse, and direction to proceed with consultation and design on the park, and we can actually move this thing forward, turn this project into reality. And the last point would be that on the time clock that Councillor White has introduced, and perhaps if we can get to it, the 75% of cost recovery that I've gotten to, if we don't find a proponent to do that within the allotted time that we should also be specific about, then what would be indicated would be to raise the public library and convert the entire site to a public park, in which case the park planning is already underway and can just proceed. So that's the difference between the amended motion and what I would propose. So I guess what I'm asking, even though I'm speaking on the amendment, is, and I will vote for the amendment, but I'm going to ask that we actually defeat the main motion and approve a motion that I have prepared that achieves those outcomes to move the project forward into reality much faster. So that's my piece today. Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair. So what I'm hearing the mayor suggest is that that the amendment is acceptable, but he would still be urging the members to defeat the motion if it is amended, and he has a proposal for an alternative motion. So if you wish to speak to the amendment, then certainly I think the mayor should retake the chair.
Okay, so on the amendment, and the floor is the deputy mayor's.
Great. Okay, thank you. So I was actually, I'm interested in supporting the amendment as it's presented. I think when we're doing a call for proposals about the building, the land around the building becomes part of that. And I think the opportunity to look at the site as a whole is lost if we start proceeding on a park design without really having an opportunity to look at what comes back from the community through a call for proposals. The idea for a call for proposals is that, we'll get all kinds of ideas. So if we go out to the public right now and say, what do you want to see with this site? We're going to get all kinds of ideas that are going to be feasible. Some will be pie in the sky and never attainable. There's no constraints around that. By doing a call for proposal, what I was hoping for is that staff would come back with a call for proposal program that did have some criteria, set some parameters around the site that could include the option of looking at costing, ownership, whether it's the building, the site as a whole. But that right now, by constraining that, I think we lose an opportunity to really explore what's possible there. So call for proposals, I don't know how familiar council is with this process, but it's a common process that's used in significant sites and cities and places around the world, where it's particularly ones that have high interest. And we know that there's been a high amount of interest about the future of this site. And I think it could be exciting just to proceed with the call for proposals, put a time limit on it. Staff, of course, when they put out a call for proposals, it needs those parameters. We can discuss that. But I'd be concerned if we're giving direction to do that at the same time as proceed with a park plan that could be focused on what happens if the building is demolished. It doesn't really give, true weight to what we're asking for in the call for proposals. So I'm a bit confused by that process. So I think, the motion as amended right now is a good way to proceed. And I'll leave it at that. The one piece though about the adaptive reuse, I think that needs to be broad, and I don't know what Councillor White had in mind with adaptive reuse, because there's all ways all different kinds of ways you can reuse the building. But I think what I hope is intended, and maybe you can speak to this, is that the adaptive reuse isn't restrictive in that it needs to be, a functional building. I mean, it could be perhaps, keeping elements of the building. The main intent being that this is a historic building, it has historic significance, somehow retaining the meaning and some function of the actual structure in the proposed design. So I think adaptive reuse might not be exactly clear in its intent either. So I would ask Councillor White around her intention there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excuse me, Councillor Austin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm in support of Councillor White's motion here. I think it gets us to where we need to be on this. I appreciate that the mayor would prefer to see the park planning process continue. However, I don't see why we would continue a park plan if we're potentially pausing and accepting proposals that could keep the building. Like, how do you do a park plan for a site if you don't know if half of it's going to be a building or, something else? So I think if we're going to go down this route, to pause for like 6 months to go out there and see what the interest might be is reasonable. Given the circumstances, because otherwise, we could do a whole bunch of work on a park plan that then is useless because we're keeping a building on site rather than, changing that up. So I think Councillor White gets us to where we need to go. The kind of financial piece, I agree with the mayor on. I have concerns about that. this building has been vacant for a while. We went pretty far down the road with Dal back in the day. But they weren't the only one. Everybody who's looked at this runs away once they get into the particulars because it's really expensive, it's complex, and to boot, it's sitting on a mass grave. So this is not an easy site, and everyone who looks at it has said, no thanks, you're on your own, HRM. I personally don't think that's going to change. I don't think that there's some magic solution here waiting in the wings, and myself, when we're looking at things like form, police headquarters, transit, I mean, we just went through a budget cycle where we were saying, are we 1 or 2 million away from our debt ceiling? Like, we don't have the money to do this as a municipal project, right? There's all sorts of great things we could imagine in this space, but we don't have the money. And if we had the money, there's a building a block away in the same area that has got an actual community group and proposal and plans all ready to go. If we were going to spend a bunch of money on a building downtown, the Khyber would be a better bet than this. So, the value, I think, in going back out at this point is, I don't think we can, I agree with staff. I don't think we can have a consultation at this stage without trying one last time. Is a general ask to everybody, do you have some idea for this building? I don't think our consultation, if we're going to go out and try and talk to people about a park plan that may include the facade or none of the building, is going to be successful. So I think we have to do this last step. And if it comes back and there's some miracle out there, great. If there's not, I think it then helps us move on with the actual park plan for what I suspect is actually feasible here. So I think Councillor White's motion is good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Steele, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too think Councillor White's amendment to the motion, however we're playing this, is very good. I think it's a bit more specific, and it means we'll get back a bit more of a specific recommendation. I also really like the mayor's idea about limiting our financial exposure on this. So I guess I'm wondering if we could build in something about a minimum amount of funding coming, or a minimum amount or percent that could come from elsewhere on this, thinking of our many other capital projects that we have that have already been put on a priority list. So I don't know, the mayor suggested 75%. I don't know if we want to put that number in. I appreciate Deputy Mayor Cuddle's perhaps views that maybe we don't want to, limit proposals, but on the other hand, recognizing our fiscal realities, perhaps we could bake in a number. So I wonder if that might be possible. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mancini, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've received many emails and phone calls, some that we've all been included in, others that are from folks in my district. And my response to those is that you have to understand this building is in very poor condition. This building, if anything's going to be done to the building, it has to be gutted. If you're going to save that building, it has to literally be gutted. There's major structural, mechanical, accessibility, code upgrades. This is a very significant capital investment. My question is, I don't know, usually staff are not here, but can anyone share with us, Councillor Austin alluded to the last major interest, and I still have the pictures of that, the design was Dow University. Has there been any expression of interest since those days? I don't know if anybody can speak to that. Or do your best to speak to it.
Hi, Carol Koziak Roberts. I'm a landscape architect with Parks and Recreation. To the mayor, through you to the councillor, since Parks and Recreation has been on this file since it was turned into a park plan. I can say that we have had people that have expressed some interest to us, but we haven't been receiving any proposals or anything. There's usually about questions and asking about what may be possible. So we haven't received anything directly on that, but we do have kind of an understanding that there are people that are interested in more, and perhaps going forward with, if we did go with an expression of interest, that they would put
Sure.
something in.
Just before I run out of time, thank you for that. You know, my point is, and I agree with Councillor Austin, I'm very suspicious of any private interest in this building and this site because of the history and the parameters are here. I've gotten many emails from residents that said a visitor center, a museum, housing, the list goes on and on. I haven't heard anything from the private sector, and I think, you know, as Councillor Austin said, no thanks, you're on your own. I believe that's the reality. I just don't believe there's any private interest, and so I do really like the approach the mayor is bringing forward in the sense of, you know, let's continue on the path with the park plan and design, knowing that if there's a major interest, well, then we can stop that park plan and it's worth it. Because if we wait, we stop the park plan, we go down that path, there's no interest other than you, municipality, should do something with it. And as Sam said, we have no budget available to do that. I remind you, not that you all need to be reminded, but the forum at $120 million, police headquarters $180 million, plus a whole bunch of other capital projects. Where does this fit in all of that? So, you know, I'm willing to listen to my colleagues. I'm leaning towards the mayor's approach. I like the financial limitations put on it. But, you know, I really think we should carry on with the park plan. And if you want to go out and investigate other possibilities at the same time, great. I'm not a betting man, but if I was to bet, I would bet that nothing's going to come back. But anyhow, that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hartling, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to direct this to staff, and I don't even know what staff. My only hesitation about putting a cap like 75% needs to come from some other third party is that my concern is that there might be an opportunity for HRM to find funds through other sources of funding. I'm just wondering whether that's the case and whether we're potentially cutting ourselves off from other funding opportunities. That is my only hesitation. I don't know enough about the whole history to know whether it makes sense to even present that as a concern. But my bigger concern is there money on the table somewhere that HRM could potentially apply for that a third party might not? So that's kind of my one wonder about something like this, particularly about, you know, with the nature of the building, where it sits on a graveyard, that this is a historical building. There's just many pieces to this. So that's my only fear and my only hesitation. Everything else, though, I think that the rest of my colleagues have really spoken to. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hensby, please.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. Yes, this has been a topic of discussion even before the library closed. What would do with the building after the new one was finally built? That took us 14 years to get that one decided upon. But anyway, with it now being vacant and stuff, I'd love to see the preservation of the building itself. It's the memorial library, is dedicated to our veterans and stuff like that. I'm kind of wanting some kind of creative partnership can be arranged for public-private partnership where we provide the building for free, tax-free zone for a period of 10 years, and let the proposals come forward in regards to what could be done with the site. Wonder if those type of incentives would be possible for us to look at a redevelopment of the site. We've had proposals and discussions in the past. Perhaps the province should have had it as for a courthouse. That way, have a courthouse district downtown with the other courts right across the street. We had talked in the past about trading it off for the law court building down here on the waterfront and stuff, but we know the condition of that building and the garage and stuff, so they're trying to fix and repair that, but that's another discussion for another day. And there was also discussion of the First Nations possibly having it as a place of government for them to consider, but I also think it could be a great spot for an archives building, a municipal archives site. But the problem is we need to have it evaluated. Is it economically possible to convert that building into something economical? That's a good question to ask. I've seen old buildings get retrofitted. I know from my own personal experience from the old Nova Scotia Home for Culture and the old home in Westfall. Everybody thought I should be tearing that down. We decided to keep that piece of heritage alive, and we rebuilt that building. I can show you pictures from the inside. That it was nothing but a pigeon coop with piles of pigeon crap a foot high, a foot deep and stuff all throughout the thing. We had to sanitize that place and clean it out. We put some restructuring beams of steel in it to make sure that that 105-year-old building is still standing today. And I think there's a possibility that something can be done, but as long as we look at it creatively, I think that if we have an economic incentive behind it, that might work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kent, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I feel like that we're missing a major link here, and I'm surprised none of my other colleagues at CPED have brought it up. But I think the thing that swung me directly into, yes, we need to give an opportunity for a call for proposal, because we actually in the last CPED meeting had some citizens who actually approached us with some significant history. Historical for those people who are movers and shakers and who have done significant projects that entail this kind of complexity. They came forward and they asked for an opportunity to create a proposal. So for me, it was a no-brainer. We should allow them an opportunity. And yes, we have the park plan going on, and yes, it's been 14 years, but there is a group of people right now who want to do something with that site. And why would we not entertain that an opportunity that would allow them to get into a process? So for me, I think that Councillor White's amendment, it makes sense. I'm happy with that. I don't think we should be putting on anything related to 65% or 75% or 10% or 2%. That which would then leave the municipality kind of in a position that we've accepted some kind of financial contribution. I don't think that we should go down that route before some kind of call for proposal is in. And I am not a big fan of putting our staff through work that could potentially change quickly. And yeah, nothing might come in, or something really spectacular could come in. I don't understand. I would ask that everyone consider that in this motion. I'm okay with it. I was going to wait and save this for the actual motion, but right now we're all kind of dipping into both places, so I decided to do it as well. But to me, I got a lot of credibility out of the folks that presented in CPED, and I usually feel like I need to delve into some questions, and we did. We put some tough questions on the floor when they were making their presentations. We talked about the cemetery. We talked about the Indigenous history. We talked about the state of the building. We talked about the park plan, and consistently they came back with answers that said they want to try. So for me, I want to let them try, and I don't think we should waste if our staff and our CAO are saying it's better to pause, then I want to acknowledge that and pause. It's not a long time frame. I don't expect it to to take years. It might take years for the project, but I don't think it should take years. We've asked them at that meeting to go back and start your proposal drafting, because if we go to council and ask for this, you need to be prepared for it. So yeah, I will be supporting both the amendment and the main motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you want to jump in? To the CIO, please.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. Maybe to just lead in a bit. There were a few good questions asked. I'll speak to them generally. Obviously, the more specific we make the request or the amendment, that's going to drive time into the process. So what I'm saying here is if you want a very specific outcome, let's say you want it 50% funded, that's going to require a lot of dialogue between us and the potential proponent in order to get that information there. So you are definitely restricting, perhaps purposely, the input into the process. So that's one thing. And when you do that, that's going to elongate the process. So we would, depending on what the final EOI looks like, we'd allow more time. You make it more broad, that allows obviously a less detailed proposal to come forward, but you can then move with more speed to sift through them and get where you want to get to without anybody investing a tremendous, an overt amount of time, which is in a growing municipality like ours, not easy for everybody to do. So with that, I also want to just ask my colleague John to just remind of the restrictions on the property, so we are remembering how much this is a bit of a long shot. Sorry, that's John Traves. My apologies, John McPherson. I do this all the time. There's a lot of Johns on our team. Yeah, don't try it, John. Yeah, okay, can you give the overview of the...
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to you, Council. So the nature of the Memorial Library is it is a memorial library because it's based on a burial ground. And so in terms of any future uses for that site, there are constraints with respect to the ability to bring in new services that might be required for new building or renovations or anything else. But beyond that, the property was the grant in 1882, which you'll see in the report, is very restrictive. The only thing that property is allowed to be used for is as a park, a public square, or as was revised in legislation 1949, the public library. And so any change in that use as a result of EOI is going to require provincial amendment of legislation and or a waiver, because a change in use, the property reverts to the province. It was donated for public park, and so it reverts to the province. And I realize we have tried that, and it sits there. I'm sure they take it back once we took the building down, but that is going to be a challenge in terms of any EOI. If you are considering whether to pause and call for EOIs, you should have that in mind, as opposed to potentially pursuing two avenues at the same time and holding that open.
Thank you. I just want to make sure we heard you on the two avenues at the same time. So could you just repeat that? And
I understood, Mayor, you were proposing to defeat the recommendation and proceed with two avenues at the same time, which I think was your draft motion you indicated was circulated, as opposed to the amendment here, which is the down tools in favor of proceeding with an EOI on some terms or others before going any further.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. We'll move to Councillor Steele, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I was originally going to suggest an amendment to an amendment, which I don't think is possible, by the way. Okay, thank you. Okay, okay, thank you, John Traves. Appreciate that. I was originally going to suggest that perhaps we baked in the 75% minimum external funding, but based on the comments from our acting CAO, based on the fact I can't do it, and also the comments from our acting CAO that it would lock in staff when they went out to the marketplace to see what the interest is, I will not be bringing that forward now, as I think it would constrict the process too much. But that's it. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think as well, just to build on what Councillor Steele was saying, it would be very hard for groups to go out with a concept and secure funding and have any guarantee that they would be able to come up with 75%, not even knowing if the project was real, if it was selected. It's just an idea. And so anything we got back around external funding would only be hypothetical. It wouldn't necessarily, be realistic. And the locking in point is another good point. I just want to go back for those of us, I don't know how many people here went to FCM and saw the keynote by Zita Cobb talking about Fogo Island. And, she gave a very passionate speech about the importance of place and how we are connected to place, both through the past and how we decide to build the future. And, Councillor Kent spoke about the people who were here presenting at CPED, about the importance and the significance of this building and its connection to our past and remembering who we are. Halifax is a historical city. We have lost so many of our heritage buildings over recent years that, sometimes I look around and wonder if we can still call ourselves that. Buildings that are being, built, they all look the same. They could all be from the same template, most of them. And I think that we're really, looking at losing our identity of place if we don't make an effort to try to preserve some of our built heritage. And this building is one of those buildings. It has a special significance to the city, to the people of the city. And I think that the fact that it's been stalled for so long isn't necessarily, a fault of the public. We now have an idea for a process that perhaps this isn't the first time this idea has come up. I remember years ago when I worked at Dalhousie at the architecture school, there was an idea for a call for proposals. Those things didn't happen. I don't know why, but here we are, and here's an opportunity to take a look at this building again. So, I think when we discussed this at CPED, even though it's not in the motion, the discussion was about the call for proposals. I do think that having more clarity on direction for staff, it's necessary. I think I asked at that meeting, is the discussion enough? And I didn't get a clear answer. So I think, having the clarity and having full council vote on it, I think is a good move. And I will be supporting the motion and the amendment. Thank you.
Councillor White, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, everybody. I think I would respond to some of the things I've heard and maybe see how we feel about this amendment, and then on the main motion talk about what we want to do for the continuing with the park or not, and kind of the public participation around that. Like, I want to try and get through this amendment. Just this is what I think is better for if we go this way. Because I just think there's a lot of topics here we can talk about, and I'd like to hear more from staff on what we should do as far as the park planning process. I'll also just add on that, part of the reason that there's been this kind of 2-year pause is because of this interest in the building. It's been, and because there's been a change from, it was under facilities for 10 years and now it's been under parks for 2 years. So parks kind of went and looked and kind of did their due diligence. What's the state of the building? Anyhow, so just regarding this amendment, it's just to put more clarification. Adaptive reuse, I just use that term because that's what I've been hearing from the public, like the people that reached out. And I kind of Googled what it means. And yes, I'd be open to using part of the building, just process of repurposing the existing building for new functions, preserving history while promoting sustainability and urban revitalization. That's what the internet's telling me. I think a lot of this can wait to the main motion if we're comfortable with this wording for the amendment, if we're looking to go to an expression of interest. There is a full rich history with this space, and the library is a part of it, but there's a lot more there. Yep, that's all I have. Thank you.
Not so fast. Deputy Mayor, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to say a final word. Thank you. Oh, wonderful conversation. Thank you very much for the debate. So we had a very important reminder from the solicitor around the legislation that governs the use of the library. This file has been on my desk in different ways for 20 years, the Memorial Library, and including when I was at Waterfront Development when we were asked to look at its adaptive reuse back then. That was in 2013. And the legislation is a serious impediment. It does, the choices under the legislation are a park or a library. The legislation does contemplate the entire site being a park. So an entire park is something we could decide to do today, in fact. And we could ask the staff to start planning a park, and we'd get a park in a couple of years, and we could break out of this this wheel spinning that we've been in for 10 or 12 years now. The chances of a proponent coming that will be able to build into a business plan the delays associated with a change in legislation to get a change of use from a library are, I would say, slim to none. And if we don't provide in our direction a financial direction and allow proposals to come forward that do not have financial wherewithal, then we're simply taking on the cost ourselves. And we've also had a discussion today agreeing that we don't have the money to do that. So the motion we're about to pass is just a recipe for more years of wheel spinning, and that's nothing that I want to be supportive of. So I'm not sure now after the discussion I can even support the amendment to the motion. I think we're heading in the wrong direction here. So I'm going to vote against the amendment and the motion. And should the main motion fail, I'd be happy to propose an alternative that I think would get us a result on that site much faster and at lower costs. Thank you. And to Councillor Hartling, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This question is for the solicitor. John, can you help me understand, because I know that you spoke about the specific uses that are currently allowed. Is there anything that would speak to, understanding that it would require an update to the legislation of what could be done to that? Is there anything that you know of that would stop the update of that land being something other than what it is today? So if in 1947 or whatever the year was that they turned it into a library, if it can be done once, is there a problem with suggesting that it might be able to happen again?
So I've been involved as well in this file for probably since I've been here 14 years, and I've heard a number of different approaches. Generally, the struggle, I think the province would be open to a reasonable readaptation, right? If there was something was there. The challenge is that, when that building was built, the concerns that you would see in a modern day with respect to disturbance of a burial site do not appear to have been the same. And so I would say you would be significantly challenged in respect of what would be required to do any major renovations that involve breaking the soil, given the number of burials that appear to have happened there. And so that it really depends on what the EOI, revealed, what you got as to what is possible and whether the province would even entertain the change. You would have to be respectful of the burial site, more so I would suggest than when that building was first built.
Sure, but given that I think fundamentally we're all interested in the preservation of the building, that might be something worth still considering, given that at the end of the day, that's where a lot of the interest comes. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Daigle-Gammon, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. It's interesting, I've been listening, and the definition of the use being like the park or the library. Well, libraries today are so very different right? And when we think about what the potential is, it's probably a very limited number of organizations or that would even entertain responding to a call for proposal. But it's a veterans library, and I think about the defense that's coming to HRM as a city, and would they be very interested as a partner to see how to bring that building back to life and to have a collection, when we think about library and a collection where information and resources are available for people to see, like military archives. I guess I wouldn't want to close the door to say that there isn't someone that might be interested in how to bring this building back to life. And I do see that there is a lot of challenges around a building in its current state, right? And when you think about the sanctity of the land and the souls that are buried there. So, but yeah, so I want to support the amendment because I think that it is worth checking it out to see. Maybe there's an organization out there that's going to work with our military and see about, can we bring it back? So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Purdy, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And right, so I agree with that. This has been a good conversation. A little confusing at times, but in essence, I think Councillor White's amendment makes the motion more fulsome, better. But at the same time, I don't think there's a conflict with what the mayor is asking for, and I think that is more fulsome. So I'm going to support the amendment, but hope to support the mayor's motion after we get back to the main motion. So thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Kent, I believe you had called the question. Would you like to? Okay, there we go. This is on the amendment. Here. Discontinue. The motion carries. Thank you very much. And that brings us to the main motion, conversation on the main motion. And I see Councillor Kent, please.
Yeah, I think I said everything. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Cleary, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to get a sense. So when we say a time, as amended now, a time-limited engagement, any sense of how many days, weeks, months we're talking about? If something's back to council?
Yeah, without having the final EOI drafted, what feels right to us in the current motion that just passed, it would be, up to 6 months. We might shrink that down a bit.
Of engagement time or time to get back to us?
Oh, sorry. I was talking about the EOI on the street. Time to get back to you. Well, inside of a year for sure. But yeah, probably 8 months.
Okay. I mean, the reality, colleagues, is no matter what we do, it's still going to be a long time before we do anything with this place. I want to support the mayor and I want to support the intention of this motion. And I'm not sure where I'm going to go at the moment, but the reality is, no, I shouldn't say no. The likelihood of anything feasible coming back to us is down near a zero, a round shape of some sort or another. So the question I'm asking, and probably you're asking too, is the delay worth it? And that's the only really consideration I have, because to the extent that a proposal comes back that isn't a library and isn't a park, I would think the likelihood is very high. And so then it's outside of our control. We ask the province, we send a letter, say, hey, does this make sense to you? Would you approve of such a change? And that delays. So if they're looking for funding from another source, private or public, that public or private provider of funds is likely to go, well, we're not going to wait a year or two for the province to make a decision on this. Then the funds might dry up. So I don't know. It's a tough one to think about how long this has been going on since I've been on council, and others have said since well before that. I can remember when I was on the library board as a provincial appointee, putting the case together for the new central library, knowing that this building something's got to be done with it, but it's unlikely anything is going to be done. And back then we were closing the building down in the summer times because the heat was too much. The air conditioning couldn't cool the building. Stuff was falling off it. We had to put scaffolding up. So we'll see what happens. But, I guess what we're saying in this motion is we're going to delay a whole bunch of time for something we know is probably going to be not feasible. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, and we'll go to Councillor Austin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so I'll speak to why I think the delay pause is worthwhile. And it's not so much about, our timing. It's about the quality of the engagement we're going to get from the public. Because right now, when we go out to the public, it's going to be, how are you going to save the building? Right? Like, we're not at a point where people are going to be wanting to talk about like a potential park here that doesn't include the building, right? Like, that question is still very much out there. If we pause for 6 months and do, this is your last chance, world, is there anyone out there that's got a use for this building that's going to work? If we do that, then that comes back to council. We can look at it. Maybe there's a miracle option here, and then that changes our plans. But if many of us are suspecting there isn't, then I think we get to engage with the public from a more honest place. Because right now it would be, how do you know there's not anything? You've never gone out and asked. Well, now we can go out and ask. And then that will make the public engagement that will then come more worthwhile. So I think that is actually the reason to pause, to bring this back. It's not about adding, the time why we shouldn't pause. It's not about the whole thing's going to now be 6 months longer. The actual process will be better. And so I think that is the reason why, number one, I would say pause rather than discontinue is still important rather than trying to do the two things at once, because I think the one will actually make the other better if we end up as many of us suspect we will. So that's why I think we should stick with this motion. If there was interest, I would say friendly amendment if someone wanted discontinue to pause, because I think pause is more in keeping with where we are. But I don't think. Yeah, the park pause. Yeah, planning on the park pause. I mean, for 6 months, I think we will have a far better result with the public. So I think that's the reason to keep number one as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to Councillor Saint-Amand, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe staff can give me some clarity on this, because I'm not really tracking why a pause versus continuing both tracks simultaneously are substantially different from one another, unless the exact same team is responsible for both tracks that we're talking about moving at the same time. In which case, obviously their resources would be doubled up, and therefore this whole process would take a lot longer. If, however, the expression of interest going out to the public is independent of whatever park planning might be underway at the same time, aren't we just moving ourselves along on the calendar at a more reasonable pace and making sure that we're ready to take action a little bit sooner as a result of that planning having taken place in tandem with the expression of interest process? I don't know if Brad or staff have the ability to speak to exactly which teams would be responsible for which components here, but it's that overlap. I'm just not real clear on why there would need to be a pause in order to facilitate the expression of interest process if they're managed by entirely different teams.
I'll start and perhaps Maggie can finish. So everybody's correct. I mean,
Perfect.
how's that? You can tell. You can tell my time is near. So look, on the expression of interest, it's about focus. So if you want the market, so to speak, to take it serious, you're shadow boxing when you're saying, I'm going to do two things at once, and you've got to guess whether I'm really going to take you seriously. So that's one thing. So that's on the EOI response. Second thing is resources. While they don't perfectly overlap, they definitely overlap. So there is a focus issue here. So if your interest is really getting the EOI done, clearing that out of the way, whether we're going ahead with adaptive reuse or not, then the best way forward is to focus your resources, get that cleared out of the way, and then return to your park plan, if that is indeed the way you're going. And I do agree, if that is the idea, is to keep the park planning alive, is to put a pause on it while we do the EOI, clear that out of the way, and bring it back. So that's my response. I don't know, Maggie, if you wanted to add to that, or?
The council, the only thing to Maggie McDonald, Executive Director for Parks and Recreation, the only thing to add would be there would be we do have budget for a consultant, park planning consultant, so that would be a direct expenditure that would be made. That if there was an adaptive reuse found, that would be a sort of a lost funding for that piece. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you. We'll move to Councillor Purdy, please.
Thank you. Okay, that was a good question, and that was a good answer. So thank you. I'm understanding a little more. So I'm wondering if Councillor White would be agreeable to a friendly amendment to change the word discontinue to pause, because for 6 months, is that
It's
what
a
is agreed
councillor.
upon?
It's the deputy mayor's motion at this point. Who tabled? Oh, did you table the original motion? Forgive me. I apologize for the interruption.
It's okay. A lot going on. So number one on this, what's reading on our screen right now, discontinue to pause, because that seems like what is needed to see if there's a real expression of interest out there. Pause the park plan, but then we're not wasting too much. We're not stopping the park plan. We're going to continue. So that's kind of, from how I understand the mayor's motion intention. Yeah, but it's not going to stop it. So I would be happy to support this if that was changed to pause, and if there was an amount of time that's needed. Until such time as the EOI is completed. Okay.
Would you like to propose that friendly amendment then?
I propose.
Yeah.
Is that?
Okay. I'm seeing a nodding head from the mover of the motion. Friendly amendment has been accepted to change the word discontinue to pause, and then add the words until such time as the EOI process has concluded.
Perfect.
Or completed,
All right.
is fine. Yeah. Great.
Thank you.
Okay, so there we go. We will move on then to Councillor Mancini, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very good discussion. I need clarification from Ms. McDonald, though. You said there's funds already in the budget for the park design. If we stop the park design, that money is gone, left. But if we pause it, we don't lose that money. That money is just put aside. Is that correct? Can you just clarify that for me? I want to make sure we don't lose that money if we just simply pause.
Through the mayor to the councillor, it's in the capital budget, so it would carry forward if the money wasn't spent in this year.
But it's not lost for that intent, because if this passes, we're pausing that design work, so we want to make sure we have the funds to be able to continue if we choose to do so. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, I just want to clarify that. So if that's the case, then I think this is a good discussion. I support the amendment, and I support the friendly amendment also. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we'll go to Councillor Daigle Gammon, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Mancini. I'm building on your question because I do remember that it was in the capital budget. To pause, have we made any agreement with a consultant at this point that would be in jeopardy, or has that sort of been on hold anyway?
To the mayor, through to the councillor, we haven't gone into anything yet, so that has been paused. So the money isn't.
It's not committed, or
it's not committed.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. I can support the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor, perhaps you want to close, Councillor White? Or would you like to proceed now? You're first on the list. Okay, we'll go to Councillor Saint-Amand, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, colleagues. I think with the discussion, we wound up getting where we needed to go. I think there was, in the original motion, there may have been a failure to recognize the stark likelihood that we may not get where we want to go with this particular project, but we recognize that there's potential out there. And so we've added some steps to this whole process that allows us to have a little bit better clarity, gives staff better direction on this particular question, and gives us a relative time frame within which to expect either success or a cause to move on. So I will support the motion now as amended. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor White, please.
Thank you, everybody. I think I feel good about this conversation, and that we don't want this to take too long, and that we're not going to the public with a fuzzy ask of what do you want, this or that. So we'll get some clarity, move this along. Just finally, before we vote, I'm just wondering if staff could just give a quick recap for council of what's been happening since it changed from facilities to you folks looking at this, because we kind of already been paused for 2 years. Or if you could just give a recap of what's been happening since July 2024. Thank you.
Okay. To the mayor, through to the councillor. So since we've received this file, what we've done is we've been looking into, we've had a building assessment completed, so we've had some understanding of what the condition is as of 2025. We've also been doing our due diligence on assessing the whole project, being able to understand what all the constraints and complications are, talking to the archaeologists as well to understand what the constraints are, what it means to be a cemetery as well, and sort of beginning to develop how we would do the process of a community engagement and be able to understand, you know, what we're hearing from the public as well, having some discussions with the public and different groups about their sort of that need to talk about the building.
Okay, that's great. I feel like we have been making progress over the 2 years, and we're going to take a little more time to do one last look at the building, and then we can continue on with the park planning. Thanks for the discussion. I call for the question.
Question is, excuse me, question is called. And the motion carries. Colleagues, we've come to the mid-afternoon recess. How about we've still got a significant agenda ahead of us. Are you good with 20 minutes? Can we come back at 3:30? Okay, see you at 3:30. And yes, let's do that photograph with our jerseys. Thank you. Okay, colleagues, sorry to that's on me, that delay there, but we're back and we'll come to order if you don't mind. And we are at item 15.3.1, proposed amendments to Administrative Order 2017-009-ADM respecting district funds. And I wonder if a colleague would like to put the motion on the floor, please. Councillor Daigle Gammon, thank you. Oh, yeah, thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. Oh, was it you? Go ahead. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The motion is that the Halifax Regional Council adopt the amendments to Administrative Order 2017-009-ADM, the District Funds Administrative Order, as set out in Attachment 2 of the staff report dated May 20th, 2026.
I think that was Councillor Hartling on the second there.
So this is pretty self-explanatory in terms of the attached staff report. It just looks at when there's an election, district capital funds, 60% to be used before the election, and then a remaining 20%, 40% afterwards.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And, oh, I see Councillor Mancini on the board.
I'm good, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, okay, withdrawn. And I think I heard someone call for the question, did I? Question's called, we'll go to the electronic vote. And the motion carries. That brings us to 15.3.2, proposed amendments to Administrative Order 2019-001-Gov respecting elections. Would anyone like to put the motion on the floor, please? Councillor Daigle again.
You can do that again. The motion that the Halifax Regional Council adopt the amendments to Administrative Order 2019-001-Gov, the Elections Administrative Order as set out in Attachment 2 of the staff report dated May 25th, 2026.
Seconded by Councillor White.
So, again, the staff report is pretty clear. It's really about the use of municipal assets when an election is called. And there are 3 articles that refine some wording around the code of conduct as it relates to elections.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any discussion. Questions called. Oh, Councillor St. Amant, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The only question that I had was whether or not there doesn't appear to be any language in here that has anything to do with the timing of the finance team providing funds that have been approved prior to an election call, but not yet distributed. And there have been times where the turnaround of the approval and subsequent payment to an organization that we've okayed funds to hasn't been as quick as it is at other times. So I'm just curious if there's any kind of window of notification or something along those lines that is considered to be standard for once approval is given by a councillor for that funding to actually get written out by the finance team.
Mayor Fillmore, through you to the councillor, that is a known issue that we did observe in the last election. And it's something we're working with our finance department to make sure that we can clean up and have those completed within those timeframes. With the way we cut checks and the way things are provided forward, we want to make sure we're not giving funds to people at the same time. Right. So we'll provide an update prior to the 2028 election with probably through an email or through a memo, just in making sure that all the councillors and the council support office are aware of the timelines, and also providing the timelines to councillor of when those checks need to be requested for in order to meet the timeline of the new administrative order.
Is that part of communications that goes to the public as well? Because like the organizations that reach out to us are probably going to be woefully unaware that there might be a time constraint on them as they're approaching when an election period might occur.
Through the mayor to the councillor, yeah, that's a very good point. We'll take that and note that for when we get in our preparations for the upcoming election in 2028, and we'll try to provide something, because that may be something that councillors want to include in their newsletters or things that they're sending out to the people that are requesting funds. So we'll make sure that we build in that as part of our election planning processes.
Okay, thanks. I'm sure they can handle it with internal processes.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hartling, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just have one quick question, Ian. I am looking at subsection 9.1 of Schedule A of the Code of Conduct for Elected Officials Administrative Order. It comments on the use of municipal property, including surplus material or equipment for personal convenience or profit. It doesn't say anything about municipal staff. I'm wondering, is that reflected anywhere else?
Through the mayor of the council, municipal staff are subject to the employee code of conduct, which prohibits election conduct on behalf of anything for any elections using their staff time or staff resources. There is ability for people to do it on their own personal time, not associated with or using HRM resources themselves, but they are bound to and must follow the employee code of conduct.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. I see no other names on the board. Questions called. The motion carries. Thank you very much, Ian and team. This brings us to 15.5.1 under grants. 409 Glendale Drive, Sackville, less than market value lease extension agreement for Sackville Minor Hockey Association. And I wonder if, yes indeed, Councillor Gillis, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be happy to put the motion on the floor here. Just waiting to look at the wrong one. I move that Halifax Regional Council approve a less than market value lease extension agreement between HRM, the landlord, and Sackville Minor Hockey Association, the tenant, for the premises located at 409 Glendale Drive, Sackville, substantially on the terms contained in the staff report dated May 19, 2026, and authorize the mayor and municipal clerk to execute the said agreement. I think there's a typo there. So moved.
Seconded by Councillor Young. And we're going to correct the typo in the...
Yep, so as highlighted here, staff identified a typographical error, and so it should read less than market value lease extension agreement, which does not change the intent of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not much discussion on this. I think the staff report speaks for itself, and if there's, I'm just asking my colleagues for support here. Sackville Minor Hockey Association is a great association. They've had long-standing agreement at the Sackville Sports Stadium, and with that, I call for the question if there's no other.
Question has been called. The motion carries. Thank you. That brings us to 15.5.2, 409 Glendale Drive, Sackville, less than market value lease agreement, Bedford Sackville Learning Network Society. And we'll go back to Councillor Gillis.
Thanks again, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council authorize the lease agreement between HRM, the landlord, and the Bedford Sackville Learning Networks Society, the tenant, and authorize the mayor and municipal clerk to execute the less than market value lease agreement for the premises located at 409 Glendale Drive, Sackville, based on the information contained in the staff report dated May 19th, 2026.
Seconded by Councillor Young. And
not much discussion on this. Again, same thing. Looking for my colleagues' support. Great initiative here, and I support the staff recommendation.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think I heard Councillor Santamon call the question. Yeah. And the motion carries. And we then, colleagues, skip over a few items that were passed on consent, bringing us to item 15.8.1 under members of council. Okay. What have I done now? 1561. Oh. I beg your pardon. 1561, case HRTG -2025-02219, request to include 2319 Maynard Street, Halifax, in Registry of Heritage Properties for the Halifax Regional Municipality. And it was Councillor Hinch who requested this come off consent. Councillor Hinch.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll read the motion. I move that Halifax Regional Council set a date for a heritage hearing to consider the inclusion of 2319 Maynard Street, Halifax, and the Registry of History. Excuse me. Oh Lord. Oh my God, I can't even. Registry of Heritage. God. Property for Halifax Regional Municipality, as shown on map 1 of the staff report dated April 22nd, 2026, as a municipal heritage property under the Heritage Property Act. So moved.
Seconded by Councillor White. And Councillor Hinch, would you like to say anything more?
So I just wanted to bring this one up because, you know, it's pretty, you know, important to the community. This property, they're owned by the Days, Buddy Day in particular, who, you know, has done so much in this community. And I just wanted to, you know, sort of put a light on, you know, what's been going on with Buddy Day and his lineage and everything. He does have a book out right now, or his daughter, Melinda Day, has a book out called Buddy. And, you know, there's a lot of amazing things, historical things in there, the things that he has done, the thing that he's, you know, it's, and the power of the book, Melinda Day, reflects on the life of her father, Delmore Buddy Day, an extraordinary man whose influence extended far beyond the boxing ring, from his days as a renowned athlete to his pivotal role as a mentor, advocate, and activist. Day's legacy is one of the resilience, integrity, and love for his people. Through poignant memories and vivid storytelling, Melinda Day shares insights into her father's complex life, his work as a sergeant-at-arms, his battle against systemic racism, his tireless efforts to uplift marginalized voices. This book not only honors Day's remarkable achievements, but also serves as a testament to the deep, lasting impact one individual can have on community. It is a tribute to a true champion inside and out of the ring. So I just wanted to bring that to light. And, you know, if you haven't got the book, go get the book. The book is good. That's all I want to say, Mr. Mayor.
Excuse me. Thank you very much. I don't see any other names on the list. Questions called. And the motion carries. And now we will go on to 1581. And Councillor Austin, would you like the floor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just scrolling here. I move that in accordance with Section 7 of Administrative Order 53 of the Municipal Alcohol Policy, Halifax Regional Council grant permission to the Downtown Dartmouth Business Commission to serve alcohol in a specifically defined section of Sullivan's Pond Park for a concert event on September 6th, and that the serving of alcohol in this park shall be governed by a market value license agreement.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, colleagues. So this is just more in the line of our usual that we see this motion for the Armview over in Councillor Cleary's district. The Downtown Business Commission would like to try out having some alcohol at an upcoming concert, and so I'd like to see them have the chance to try it, see what the what the response is, what the community tolerance to this change is, and if it doesn't work, we won't continue, and if it does, well, maybe it's something new. So right now, it's just an experiment.
Can the geese try the booze?
No, geese are underage, Councillor Mancini.
Seeing no other, okay, questions have been called. And the motion carries. Thank you very much for that. This brings us to item 16.1 under motions, and the floor is the deputy mayor's, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to prepare a staff report respecting meetings involving members of council and private or external interest groups where quorum may be present, including those occurring outside formally advertised meetings of council or its committees. The report shall include a review of the requirements of the Halifax Regional Municipal Charter and applicable administrative orders, including Administrative Order 1, with respect to quorum and what constitutes a meeting of council. B, clarification of the rules governing in-camera meetings, including the conditions under which matters may be discussed privately and the requirements for public notice and reporting. C, an assessment of risks associated with members of council meeting with private interest or advocacy groups where quorum is present outside duly constituted meetings, including potential contraventions of Administrative Order 1, open meeting requirements, and applicable legislation. D, an analysis of potential implications under council's code of conduct arising from participating in such meetings. And E, an overview of existing policies and practices governing the use of City Hall spaces, including Halifax Hall, by private and external groups, and whether such use may facilitate meetings involving council quorum. Thank you, Councillor Kent. So I've been asked a few times now about the origin of this motion, and it really stems from a request that we've had from an external group to meet with us here in Halifax Hall downstairs, and the invitation was extended to all of council. Out of that, there's been a number of questions raised, I think, amongst us around, what constitutes quorum, what constitutes a private meeting. Is this something I should attend or not attend, which raised some concerns for me. This motion is really about clarity, both for us as a council and for the public. And it is asking staff to review and clearly outline the rules so we're all operating with the same understanding, as well as, extends that to our external stakeholders and external groups around what the process is for meeting with a quorum of council. It's really about good governance. It's not about any single event or any organization in particular. It's just that ensuring we have kind of clear and consistent guidance on what constitutes a meeting of council, when quorum matters, and how we engage appropriately. We are a public body, and I think as a public body, we're held to a higher standard. We're not the private sector. We need to be mindful of transparency, accountability, and openness in our discussion and decision making. And it's about transparency and public accountability. This is also about public trust. There's a lot of questions out there in the public around, what our motivations are, how our decisions are made, and rightly or wrongly, perceptions matter. And I think that there's a public accountability piece to this, and that it's important that conversations that inform our decisions when we're in quorum are visible to the public. I want to be clear, this is not about limiting engagement with stakeholders. I do think that that is essential. Discussions with industry groups, community groups, and advocates all have an important role to play in informing us and in helping inform our decision making. However, I think that engagement must happen in a way that, again, is transparent, accessible, and fair to all stakeholders. How do we decide which group we allow to host a meeting of quorum in Halifax Hall, or which group we don't allow? Who gets to make those decisions? And what are the consequences if people decide not to attend because they have concern about code of conduct? What dialogues are they missing out on? We have processes in place already. We have standing committees, we have public meetings, we have opportunities for presentations and dialogue. These structures exist so that all members of council can participate appropriately and the public can observe and understand the conversation. This motion is about reinforcing the importance of those processes. It's about fairness and equal access, and it's about avoiding gray areas. So, you know, again, this is not about restricting engagement. It's just ensuring that engagement happens in the right forum, in the right way, and in full public view, particularly when we are meeting as a council in a quorum of council. And I really think that this will help strengthen good governance, public confidence, and transparency. So, you know, it's our responsibility to ensure that council business is conducted openly, fairly, in a way that the public can see, understand, and trust.
Thank you very much, and we'll move to Councillor Kent, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Cuddle, for putting this on in front of us. I will be supporting it, but I want to add sort of a context. I think that certainly I've experienced, and I think some of the others have around, there is a gray area, particularly when we first came back in 2020, where it was said very, very specifically, you are not to ever gather in a situation where you're over quorum, period. And then as time went on, we asked for some consideration of being able to gather on a social, in a social context. At first that was said, no, the legal interpretation was no. Then later we sort of pushed that boundary, and because there was a need for us particularly after COVID and spending, I think, 2 years where we didn't get to know each other beyond a screen face, where we wanted to gather, we needed to gather to get to know each other. There was a relaxing of that scenario. I know at the Board of Police Commissioners, we also were very clearly stated and advised, no, you cannot gather in a quorum scenario on a social setting, and then as well in any kind of a workshop setting. And then, but the reality is, I believe that as councillors, we have and should be able to meet and have conversations. Should we have conversations that lead to us taking some position that is collective? No, I don't think so at all. But but there are times, so for instance, on the Board of Police Commission, we had to do strategic planning. We have to do workshops where we get together and do training. And those are all with the board's full capacity. And yet there's always this question, can we do it? Should we do it? And I think we need that clarified. What I really would like to see, because I think this is a big report for staff to be creating. And I don't know what department it would do that. I think I asked that from, maybe it's the legal department, maybe, I don't know, because this is really, I think, as well, around the admin order of how we do our business, and also on certainly the legal context of interpretation, and depends on who you ask. And that's a shame, because that just puts that onus back where we don't know, again, whether or not it's gray or not. So I think it's important that there's a jurisdictional scan of other cities, what they have in place, may have some form of a system in place that clarifies these cities that are comparable to ours, municipalities. And I think that has to be involved as well. And I don't know that we see that there, but I would like that considered. The code of conduct piece it appears over the last couple of years that code of conduct seems to be in front of us constantly, much more than it ever did in our first few years, and certainly from my experience before. But also we had strengthened the code of conduct for the Board of Police Commission. That I'm speaking to that because that's where I've experienced it the most, but also we've had situations where we wish it were clearer here, but also the province and the Federation of Municipalities, I think, or NSFM, came down with a new code, and then the province is or has downloaded a system for us, and it's got to be clarified for us. So I'm happy to see this go forward. I look forward to the information that comes back, but I really want to hear as well on other jurisdictional scans, because it's one thing to create something that is, I think this is very, I think it could be very subjective, depending on who's writing the report. I'm not disparaging anyone who might be writing the report. I'm just saying that if there is nothing that we can kind of compare to as far as the clarity, and we do need it, it puts the question. I mean, obviously we get to debate it at the end of the day. So that's my thoughts.
Thank you very much. Councillor Steele, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Deputy Mayor Cuttle, for putting this motion forward. I've been the person that's been advocating for a municipal lobbyist registry. I know we actually wrote to the province and requested to be covered under them. I think we're still waiting for the final response on that. I do believe that we need to conduct our business in a transparent and open fashion. We do have a number of standing committees where groups and associations can come in and speak to council directly, but also do this in a public forum. I believe as well, if there are groups out there that feel we don't have the standing committees that they would like to speak to, or we need alternative types of committees, I'd be supportive of having that looked at. I know we are currently, I think there's currently a review underway of the committees that we presently have, both the advisory committees as well as the standing committees. So it'll be interesting to see if anything comes back about perhaps gaps. One thing that struck me when I read the report for the affordable housing strategy that will be discussed at CPED on Thursday, there was a quote in there that troubles me, and that this is one of the key reasons why I'm very supportive of Deputy Mayor Cuttle's motion. The quote is, "Many respondents perceive that HRM planning practices tend to respond primarily to the interests of the development community." So that quote concerns me, because I believe that residents feel, or the people that responded, what they're feeling is that perhaps these perhaps decisions are made not in a public forum. So I'm fully supportive of this, and I have concerns about some recent invitations that we've received, because I'm concerned about what constitutes an in-camera meeting. I know we received some very detailed and rich onboarding material as new councillors, which I believe address that, but I don't think it hurts to obtain some more clarity. So thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Cuttle, for bringing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gillis, please.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the intent of the motion that is put forward today. However, I think it's important to not limit any group at the table. I think as elected officials, I'm willing to meet with anybody who has any kind of concern over anything, really. I feel like if we move forward with this, at least parts of it anyway, specifically C, I feel like we're limited people. And if we're going to limit one group, we have to limit all of them, right? And I don't feel like that's really conducive of what our job is. So I don't think I'm going to be able to support this today, but I am looking forward to hear what my council colleagues have to say about it. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Councillor Steele has raised her hand. That's intentional? Yeah, okay. Would you mind? I have a word to say if I jumped in. So, Deputy Mayor, maybe you'd swap with me for a moment. Thank you. Thanks. Thanks very much. So, colleagues, I understand why the deputy mayor has brought this forward. It does raise a couple of concerns for me, two, and I'll tell you what they are. The first is, we're in a time right now where our incredible staff have hundreds of open files. They're dealing with a backlog of staff reports, trying to get more houses built, trying to move transit, trying to work on our budget to keep the prices low, trying to do all the things that we've asked them to do, and we've asked them to do a lot. Everything in the deputy mayor's motion is readily available on the intranet. I could Google it in 5 minutes. ChatGPT could write the report in probably 45 seconds. It's all there. We know the rules. The rules are knowable about conduct in a meeting where there are 8 or more councillors. The rules are clear about booking HRM spaces. The rules are clear for all of these things. So I worry about consuming staff resources and wasting time when all the rules are knowable and present. But more importantly, I worry that a motion like this sends a chilling message, and the chilling message is, around the fact that elected officials' interaction with residents, community groups, individual people, industry, are not doing that work is not a distraction from our role. It's not separate from our role as elected officials. It's absolutely central to it. It's in fact why we're here. We're here to listen to the voices and carry those voices into our decision making in appropriate ways. When I read the motion, it sounds like this could and very likely will have a chilling effect on whether some of our colleagues choose to meet with groups or not, or individuals or not. I think already we have some emails flying about people withdrawing from a future meeting that's coming up that's been duly and legally constituted and so forth. So I worry about this quite a bit. Perhaps I'll leave it there. I think you understand what I'm trying to say here. We need to be working harder, especially now at the moment that our city is in, to be listening to voices and to bringing wisdom and knowledge and information and data into our decision making. And if we think for a moment, about what one of the greatest challenges this body is facing, this council body is facing right now, it's building things fast enough, and to be creating barriers to meeting with, in the example that provoked this motion, creating barriers to meet with the people who actually build things, rather than removing barriers to talk to people who build things and how they could do better and build things faster, I think is heading in the wrong direction. So I would encourage folks just to take a look at the intranet and figure and see the rules there, and to vote against a motion that actually works against what we're all here to do. Thank you. Thank you, and we'll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so I'm going to support this motion. And, I just push back on the idea that there is clarity and that all anyone needs to do is go look at the internet. I mean, if it is that clear, this won't be a big undertaking for staff to do. I think the reason this report is needed is because there have been questions raised, and I think it's, you know, having something written down rather than just kind of advice. Like as I recall, like when I was first elected, one of the cautions from legal was don't meet as a group if you're going to potentially be quorum. You know, that was just the general instruction. Now, you know, maybe that's overly cautious, risk adverse. I don't know. I mean, we just kind of took the advice. I've never seen anything written down on this. And the fact that, you know, there's all these different interpretations on this around the room, to me, proves the case that this is worthwhile to actually put down for clarity, right? So that we all know exactly what the rules are. So, you know, I would disagree that this is, you know, a waste of time. I think this actually is important. And this is important in terms of, you know, structuring the engagement, the important engagement work that we do. I mean, generally, one of the kind of maybe worst kept secrets of municipal government is that pretty much we'll meet with anybody, right? Like it's not a very arduous process to get a meeting with a councillor, but we've always been very cautious about meeting as groups. And there have been a couple things, and, you know, the public has raised it too on occasion, right? I mean, I can think of two media stories, the one about I think it was the Construction Association and Uber that have been in. And so I think some clarity it would be to all our benefit to have that out there. No matter where you kind of are on your own comfort level, I think it would be just time well spent to have that clarity for everybody. So I think I will support this motion. I think the deputy mayor is right to have brought it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kent, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to also add my 2 cents worth around the whole layers of this that are related to special invitations that we might get from organizations, from industry, from lobbyist groups. I think we have to be very careful around what we know to be or believe to be lobbyist groups, because I think that matches the very specific kind of position that Councillor Steele put on the table, and around, you know, the benefit that they have to be able to come to different committees and different community councils and things like that to, you know, bend our ear. We do have to be concerned around, I don't think we have to be concerned around how this looks to industry and to the proponents that might be inviting us into certain scenarios. We've had to address that in the past, which is that we couldn't do it. And I think that that's a strong position. Because we don't want to be criticized in having had their undivided attention, and then that gets scrutinized and morphed into you're doing what they want you to do, and et cetera, et cetera. The difference, though, I think for me, and maybe I'm not reading it as strong as I should be, but the public events, things that are already out there we're invited to, but others are invited to, whether it's in public or a special gathering, as long as it's not exclusively councillors, I don't see any reason why we couldn't be able to attend. We know that these scenarios are often around public or around education pieces. But if it's exclusively for councillors, I think that's we shouldn't entertain those, because we do have the opportunity to be publicly scrutinized, and rightly so. But I don't think that this motion undermines or sends a message other than good governance. That's what this is sending a message for. And we as councillors who've put our names out there and our reputations out there and our work out there, and we return to the ballot, and some of us will return and some of us won't, but when we are putting ourselves out there to do this role, we deserve to know we have checks and balances in place that protect the work we do. Our citizens deserve to know that those checks and balances are there for not only us, but everyone on council, including the mayor. So I think that this can only be interpreted in the public, except for those who maybe have already an agenda that they're trying to serve. I think in general it's good. I'm going to just leave it there, and I appreciate the time. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Moving to Councillor Mancini, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, some of the items in this motion, I question whether isn't it already out there, as the mayor stated? I mean, Mr. Traves, can you respond to, in particular, items A, B, and E? Isn't that information readily there? Can you even respond to it at this moment?
Yes. There's a lot of public information around, and there are broad principles, but there are gray areas, and so it's not unreasonable for council to ask for us to provide some clarity. However, each incident of some form of a meeting, generally speaking, is going to depend on the facts of it as to what goes on, but as to what happens at the meeting. Just because there's a quorum of council doesn't make it a council meeting, right? But it is more nuanced than that. So yes, I think.
So in your opinion, Mr. Traves, sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, go ahead.
Time. In your opinion, if this motion goes forward, would that help clarify those gray areas?
Probably not, because each one will be dependent on the facts of the situation, right? It'll depend on what's going on. The cardinal rule of municipal law is that corporate affairs must be transacted at a council meeting, duly convened at the proper time and place upon due and adequate notice. And so what constitutes that council meeting will depend on the factors underlie it, but there is a number of court decisions going back to the 90s. Council was provided an opinion from legal in 2011, which addressed this, but there's more, and we can take this away and update what we've provided.
Thank you for that. I'm wondering, looking at the deputy mayor in your closing, if you're going to close, if you can give us a hypothetical situation which you're trying to avoid to help me understand this, right? I think it's the gray area. I think the solicitor explained that well. We need to address those gray areas, but I'm concerned that will this address those gray areas? So I'm wondering if you just at a big picture, could you just share with us? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, and we'll move to Councillor Gillis, please.
Thanks again, Mr. Mayor. I just want to kind of clarify my stance on this. Maybe a question or two, too. So would this motion then constitute, say, us from meeting as a group going on a hike or going on, a bike ride? Are we getting into the weeds now? But
I can answer that. So there is a legal test. It's set by a case called Southern out of Ontario from 1991, and it's very simple. The key would appear to be whether, and I'm quoting from the decision, the key would appear to be whether the councillors are requested to, or in fact attend without summons, a function at which matters which would ordinarily form the basis of council's business are dealt with in such a way as to move them materially along the way in the overall spectrum of a council decision. So you receive advice or you receive a presentation from somebody and it forms the basis towards which you will be making decisions. I would argue that is moving information forward in a way leading to a council decision. It's properly a matter of a council decision. So any situation or any group of facts is going to be assessed against that standard. What does it mean exactly? It's down to, is this a matter which would be better off as a presentation in front of the public who has a right to participate and see the business of government transacted at a municipal level? That's going to be a question that this group will have to decide in any given case. So I can certainly articulate that and put it out. Each of these instances, in many cases, comes down to, well, what is the desire of the group, and does it pass the smell test with the public in terms of, is this something that they feel that they should have been participating in? And 12 years ago, there was a large number of council meetings which were conducted in private, and it became an issue, and council has been very cautious about going in camera. let alone, because it's private meetings, right? It's an in-camera meeting, whether it's in this chamber or where it's somewhere else, is still going to be potentially questioned.
So legally, you don't think this is it's still going to be gray area even if we move forward with this?
Potentially, but as I said, there's nothing wrong with getting a better sense of exactly, well, where are the parameters? What should I consider when I'm making a decision whether to set up a meeting, or whether I should be suggesting that the group that wishes to meet with us comes and gives a presentation. We have process for presentation at council, right? And so those are in some ways up to the individual councillor as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Steele, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to weigh in to be very clear with my comments in that I wasn't suggesting that as councillors we couldn't meet one-on-one with associations or business persons or any of the groups out there. I certainly have and will continue to do that as a councillor. My concern with upcoming meetings and other meetings is when we do it collectively as council, that it may not be in alignment with our rules around holding in-camera meetings. And I also wish to genuinely make the point that we have a number of committees and standing committees, and many groups come and speak to us, and we change our mind. I mean, we can think about, the library discussion where we had groups come in and we moved away from the staff recommendation to take another look, to follow more process in this case. So I just like to encourage those groups that wish to meet with us collectively to come and speak at our standing committees. And if our committees are not meeting your needs, or you don't feel they're meeting your needs, make a suggestion for an alternative approach, because I'm sure the groups that wish to come and speak with us have great ideas for the future of the city. Why not share them in a public forum? That's the point I'd like to make. Yes, you can share them privately with each of us, but share them in a public forum so everyone can get involved with the story of building our city. So I just want to clarify, some people are saying, we're saying no, and I don't think we're sending the signal. The signal we want to send is we want to hear the story, and we want the public to hear the story so we can all embrace it. Thanks.
Thank you. Moving to Councillor Daigle-Gammon, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Steele. I think that, to build on what you had said, I support this motion for the very reason that I think it protects everybody, any organizations that want to speak to us, because it's all about us operating in as much transparency as possible. And so for that, I think the message that really should be received by the community, and hopefully, I guess, it's how we tell it, but I think that the real essence of this is that we make sure that as a governing body that we do it with full transparency, and that there are mechanisms by which organizations can come and speak at standing committees. And so the options are there, and this just clarifies when those options are best directed. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Santa-Mont, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Daylight may not be the perfect disinfectant, but it's a pretty reasonable one. And I think that's really all that the Deputy Mayor's motion here is seeking. It's looking for a deeper dive to provide some clarity from staff's perspective on where we might shore up some of the rules and regulations around how we meet with groups. And, it does, as Councillor Steele pointed out, it does afford us an opportunity to remind all of the different community groups that have a vested interest in the direction that council is taking, that there are avenues available to them as well that are entirely public and entirely above board. And so it gives us an opportunity to demonstrate to the public that we are making every effort to ensure that they have visibility into all of the things that go into the decisions that we make. Yes, we will continue to meet with interest groups one-on-one so that they can make their case and we have an opportunity to ask pointed questions of them about what it is that they're seeking from council. But I think it's appropriate to have some boundaries set, and whether they are laid out sufficiently in the legislation that we have already, or whether there's some additional clarity to be gleaned from a deeper dive from our legal team and from our staff, I think it's appropriate to take a look. And if my hope is that we will wind up getting a little bit of additional clarity, even though the likelihood is a lot of hypotheticals are going to remain that we will wind up having to bound ourselves by just a reasonable test or the smell test that John referred to. I think we can do that. We still have the ability to do that regardless. But I think if we can get a little bit more direction, it can go a long way to ensuring that the public feels like they understand what the rules are as they are applied to us as well. So I'm happy to support.
Thank you very much. And just before I pass it to the Deputy Mayor, colleagues may be interested to be reminded that we have given some direction for work on a registry of lobbyists. And on your behalf, I've written a letter to the provincial government, and we'll see where that goes. So just didn't want you to forget about that. Okay. With that, we'll go to the Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to close, this is at the best about getting things to be a little less gray. As Deputy Mayor, I can tell you that several of us have different understandings about what it is to meet in quorum. You want a hypothetical case. It's when, there's a real case in which there is an industry group that has requested a meeting of council. All of council got invited to that here in City Hall, down in Halifax Hall, so not in our public chambers. And it's not that my motion is scaring councillors away. Councillors are being scared away because they're unsure of the rules. They're unsure of how this fits with code of conduct. So in response, I've brought forward this motion so that perhaps we can have more of a collective understanding about what the rules are, what constitutes a meeting of council. And again, it's a meeting. It's not about going for a bike ride or doing group karaoke. It's specifically about having a meeting of council that relates to council business. And that is what this motion's about. And why it's important is because if the public thinks we're having meetings of council in private with some stakeholder groups but not others, it's going to continue to breed mistrust. We have a responsibility to ensure there's public trust in our processes and how we operate and how we make decisions. It's not about limiting conversations. This is about a meeting of a quorum of council. It's not about you and a neighboring district councillor going to meet with a community group about a local, garbage issue on your sports field. It's really about having a quorum of council, the discussion, the decisions that get made in that environment. I'm looking for my last points here. I hope that that's a good enough example for you in real life, and if we can get a better collective understanding here, then I think it will be less questions, and whoever becomes deputy mayor next after me won't have as many people coming and knocking on their door going, should I go to this meeting? Shouldn't I go to this meeting? Does this constitute quorum? What are the rules? How does this affect code of conduct? Code of conduct wasn't in place when, largely when we spoke about this before. So there is a new element here. And this is really just getting the report and being transparent for ourselves, for the public, for the stakeholders, not about not having conversations. Thank you.
Question is called. And the motion carries. This brings us to item 17.1, and I wonder if, yes, Councillor Mancini. And let's try to go through as many as we can.
I will, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'll try my best on testing council and several. starting with 17.1, the in-camera private minutes, that the camera in private minutes of May 26, 2026 be approved, circulated. So moved.
Seconded by Councillor White. Oh, sorry, that was Hinch. I beg your pardon, Councillor Hinch. And the show of hands, colleagues, on approving item 17.1, and that is approved. And then we'll go on to Councillor Mancini, 17.2.
Well, Mr. Mayor, see how far I can get. Oh, sorry. My apologies. That the Halifax Regional Council, 1, adopt the recommendations outlined in the private and confidential report dated May 29, 2026, and 2, direct the private and confidential report dated May 29, 2026 be maintained private and confidential. So moved.
Second, was that Councillor Steele? Seconded by Councillor Steele. And we go to a digital vote now, colleagues. Okay, I'll go to you for 17.4. So we're voting on 17.2 now. How are we? The motion carries. Thank you. Then we will go back to Councillor Mancini.
Mr. Mayor, I'll put 17.3 on the floor. So 1, adopt recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated May 29, 2026. And 2, direct the private and confidential report dated May 29, 2026 be maintained private and confidential. So moved.
Seconded by Councillor Steele. And shall we call the question? And the motion carries. We're moving on now to 17.4 and the Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council, 1, adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated May 29th, 2026, and 2, direct that the private and confidential report dated May 29th, 2026 be maintained private and confidential.
Seconded by Councillor Cleary. And we'll go to the vote. And the motion carries. And I have heard a request that we go in camera for item 15 and I beg your pardon, item 17.5. And so could I have a motion to go in camera, please? Moved by Councillor Mancini, seconded by Councillor Gillis. Councillor Hensby, 17.6, are you willing to try to test that?
To have a full council present for that discussion in private, in camera, so I'll ask that item be deferred to next week.
Defer. Oh, very good. Okay, so we'll defer. I will say, Councillor Hensby, the next agenda is very, very full. If it were to slip a meeting, is there a time constraint? But we'll try and do our best. Oh, is it? Okay. An alternative, Councillor Hensby, is we could go in camera now. I'm not sure that we're there yet, so we'll just be careful there. And ask if Councillor Hinch would allow you to go first, and that way you'd be here. I think the in-camera wheels are rolling already, so we're already down a path there, Councillor Hensby. And I'll just wait for the clerk to let me know when we are. That was declined. Yeah. Okay. Colleagues, we're back in open session, and we are at item. Well, colleagues, I will say that I think we are in a good position to get through the rest of the agenda, including the ratifications, before the evening recess, so that we only have to deal with the appeal hearing when we come back. So let's move with some alacrity if we can. And with that, we're at 18.1. Would anyone like to put the motion on the floor, please? Councillor White.
Much as I love flying around. Okay, I move that Halifax Regional Council grant permission for fly paths as low as 500 feet for the Canadian Armed Forces to conduct a CP-140 and CH-148 fly past along the Halifax side of the SailGP Race Stadium on June 20th, 2026 between 3:30 and 4 p.m. And a contracted commercial charter company to conduct flypasts for broadcast coverage operations as part of the SailGP event on June 19, 20, and 21, 2026 at various times as outlined in the request dated June 12, 2026.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Mancini.
Can we go in the point?
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor? Broadcast.
I think he's calling for the question.
Yeah, let's vote.
Let's stay focused, friends.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Councillor Gillis and Deputy Mayor. All votes complete.
The motion carries. And that brings us to item 18.2. Councillor Hensby, letter of support for FCM Sustainable Communities Award. Councillor Hensby, the floor is yours.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. Put the motion on the floor that Halifax Regional Council, 1, to waive Section 17 Administrative Order 1, respecting procedures of council, requiring a staff report from the Chief Administrative Officer, and 2, direct the Chief Administrative Officer, CAO, to prepare a letter of support from HRM Council to endorse the application by the Old School Gathering Place for their solar power community well project in Muscatobra Harbor to be nominated for the FCM Sustainable Communities Award under the category of climate adaptation.
Seconded by the good neighbor, Councillor Daigle-Gamble.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just to bring the council up to date, this project came about by some eager and enthusiastic community volunteers. We came up across some old studies of the aquifers back in the 1960s. Were studied in the Muscatobra Harbor area by the Muscatobra River, and it was felt that we could try and tap into that aquifer. We've had done some negotiations in the past. We're providing some land by the ball field to the Old School Gathering Place. We provided them the land. We drilled the site, put the well in, put the solar panels on, and everything else. It worked like a charm once we got it up and running. And we found it was such popular demand for it that we needed to boost the pump capacity. We're putting on more solar panels. We're also insulating the building so we can have a longer season if required in the spring and into the fall, because we had closed it off in the wintertime for potential winterization and freezing. So we're hoping to extend the season, because with the climate changes we had, the drought we had last year, this well is going to be well used again, and I'm looking forward for that nomination to go forward, and hopefully they'll win it, put Muscatobra Harbor on the map, and hopefully it'd be a precursor to a central water supply for the village of Muscatobra Harbor. Thank you.
Fabulous. Well, very well presented, sir. Is the questions called? And the motion carries. And now we will move to the ratification of the in-camera items. And for 17.1, I'll turn to Councillor Mancini, please.
Oh, sorry.
What?
That's,
Oh, because they all-
that's Councillor Hinch.
Right. Thank you. We will turn to Councillor Hinch for 17.5, please.
Okay. I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the recommendation as outlined in the private and confidential report dated June 8th, 2026, and 2, direct that the private and confidential report dated June 8th, 2026 be maintained private and confidential. So moved.
Seconded by Councillor Steele. And we will go to the question, please. And the motion carries. Very, very good. That brings us to item 19, notices of motion. Are there any today? Not seeing any. Well, right on the nose. Oh, beg your pardon. Oh, there are two. Premature celebration. And I will note for the record that 17.6 has been deferred at the request of Councillor Hensby. And when you're ready, Deputy Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to introduce the repeal and replacement of Administrative Order 2014-012 ADM by adopting Administrative Order 2026-003 ADM, respecting grants for rural transit, the purpose of which is to include a capital grants category for the Rural Transit Funding Program.
So noted. Thank you very much. Councillor Cleary, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to introduce Administrative Order 2026-005-ADM, respecting costs for various area rates and uniform charges, the purpose of which is to establish an increase to the rate for community and private road area rates to enable cost recovery for municipal services related to their implementation and ongoing administration.
So noted. Thank you very much. That concludes item 19. And so now we will, colleagues, have our evening recess and we'll resume at 6 p.m. for the appeal hearing. Thank you very much. Enjoy your meal.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this public hearing to order. Sorry, pardon me. Appeal of a site plan approval for Highway 7, Porters Lake, PID 407-40276. Members of council, we will now do item 12.1, case 23563, appeal of site plan approval for Highway 7, Porters Lake, PID 407-40276. The process will be that we will start with a staff presentation and questions of clarification from members of council. After that, we will go to the appellants. Appellants can speak for a maximum of 5 minutes each. After the appellants have been given an opportunity to speak, I will then invite anyone who has identified that they are affected by the decision differently than the general public to come forward. After the appellants and others have had an opportunity to be heard, the applicant respondent will then be given an opportunity to speak. Speakers can participate in person, or those who have pre-registered have the option to participate using Zoom. Clerk, can you confirm if any correspondence has been received for this appeal hearing?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I can confirm for members of Regional Council that no correspondence has been received.
All right, thank you. So with that, and I'm sorry, I should have introduced myself to the gallery before we start. My name is Patty Cuddle. I'm the Deputy Mayor, and I will be chairing the proceedings this evening. So with that, we're going to start with the staff presentation. Go ahead, and the floor is yours.
Good evening, Deputy Mayor and members of Regional Council. My name is Chris Renahan, Principal Planner Development Officer with Development Services, Land Development and Subdivision. I'm here to present the appeal of the revised site plan approval for PID 407-40276, Highway 7 in Porters Lake. The proposed development is for a construction and demolition processing facility and transfer station along Highway 7 and was reviewed under the site plan approval criteria and the Planning District's 8 and 9 land use bylaw. Here's a context map showing the location of subject property outlined in red on the left. The property has 3 zones: rural enterprise, residential A zone, and the proposed development location, which is the CD2 material processing facilities, which is in the center of the site boundary context map to the right, outlined in yellow. The original appeal of the site plan approval was heard at Harbor East Marine Drive Community Council on October 30th, 2023. Community Council allowed the appeal, resulting in the refusal of the site plan approval. The result was appealed at the Supreme Court of Nova Scotia under judicial review process. On October 17th, 2024, Justice Jameson of the Supreme Court of Nova Scotia determined that the Community Council's proceeding gave rise to a reasonable apprehension of bias. The court ordered that the site plan approval be heard by Regional Council. The appeal was heard last year on June 24th, 2025, and the appeal was allowed by Regional Council due to concerns surrounding Section 22A5 regarding existing and proposed buffering. The revised submission was received September 29th, 2025, and approved by the Development Officer November 21, 2025. For background and context, in 2002, the Municipal Planning Strategy and Land Use Bylaw for Planning Districts 8 and 9 were amended to provide greater details on where and how construction and demolition facilities can operate. Policy P46G of Municipal Planning Strategy says the CD2 zone shall establish in the LUB and shall permit C&D operations as well as CD1 uses. So will establish controls on setbacks from adjacent uses, provide buffering and screening, landscape measures, and regulate access and outdoor storage to minimize impact on adjacent uses. This criteria are included within the zone and form part of the site plan approval process. I'm going to go into more detail on how the proposed development is meeting the site plan approval criteria. The first 2 criteria are as follows. The driveway access on the site shall be located in a manner to minimize land use impacts on adjacent land uses, and separation distances shall be provided from any structure on the site on the abutting residential or community facility properties. No changes have been made to these plans relative to the last submission with respect to this criteria. As circled in red, the proposed driveway is located near the center of the larger property. It is approximately 330 meters away from the abutting property to the west and 625 meters from the abutting property to the east. Respective drawings are provided to show relation from the current street line towards the proposed site, which includes a change in grade, a berm, and vegetation buffering. All off-street loading and unloading areas, stockpiles, processing areas, and parking facilities should be located on the site in such that no aspects impact upon adjacent uses or streets, and screening can be in the form of fencing, berms, vegetation, or a combination of elements. No changes have been made with respect to this criteria. The top line outlines the proposed stockpile location. The bottom outline is the processing areas. Limitations respecting stockpiling heights and size will be reviewed under the licensing of construction and demolition material recycling and disposal bylaw, which is L200. The processing area is located a minimum of 60 meters from both the rear and front lot lines, as well from the CD2 side zone lines. The proposed parking facility is located 30 meters from the street. Screening is provided in forms of preservation of 30 meters of an existing vegetation buffer, new vegetation along the front, along with a 1.8 meter high berm, and the installation of an opaque fence is proposed. A landscaping plan shall be prepared that protects and minimizes land use impacts on adjoining lands. As well, within the designated side and rear yards, existing vegetation shall be retained unless it does not provide adequate screening measures. This was the section that was revised as part of the decision of council to allow the appeal last June. As per the submitted landscaping plan, the goal was to maintain and improve the existing vegetations on all sides of the operation, and to provide berms and planting of new trees along the front of the site. The proposed shows 30 meters of natural vegetation along the sides of both the side and rear yards, which provides adequate screening as observed by staff during a September 2025 site visit. As illustrated, the updated fence, which is now proposed to be 3.1 meters tall instead of the 1.8 meters from the original proposal, includes privacy slates and a jersey barrier at the bottom for additional screening. The perspective illustration also provides from the edge of the CT2 zone boundary, which is in relation to the current vegetation, the max stockpile height under L200, and the new proposed lot grading. Within the designated side and rear yards, existing vegetation shall be retained unless it does not provide adequate screening measures. All lighting shall be oriented away from the adjacent properties, and solid and waste storage containers shall be screened. No changes were made to this criteria. The proposal shows 30 meters of natural vegetation along the side and rear yards, which provides adequate screening for regrowth over the site visit. The lighting to be proposed is directed towards the operations area, and the parking lot is only and the parking lot only, and not towards the adjacent properties. All solid waste containers will be located within a container storage area and will be fenced and screened. The applicant is also responsible for identifying the location of any proposed signage, along with how many signs and their dimensions. The last two criteria speaks to the measures including but not limited to lot grading, berms, and they shall be required to be adequately addressed by the management of stormwater and surface water, and the provisions of the establishment are established to ensure that the operation and any required site improvements are maintained to a high standard. No changes were made to this criteria. There will be one ground side proposed at the front of the property, which will be 7.5 meters in height with a sign face of 1.8 meters by 2.4 meters. The red outline shows the proposed location of a stormwater pond, detailed and provided during the review as a required grade alteration permit as bylaw G200. The proposed operation will appoint staff and will include an operations manager. The operations budget also includes provisions related to dust control, waste disposal, maintenance of machinery, and overall site organization. Based on the information the applicant has provided, the development officer determined has met the criteria of the site plan approval process. Notification of the site plan approval was sent to adjacent property owners within a 30-meter buffer along the revised site plan and the development officer approval. Some of the concerns outlined from residents were noise, air and water quality, impacts of lighting on adjacent properties, increased traffic, visual screening, and impact of property values. As per section 247.1 of the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter, development officer shall approve an application for site plan approval unless the matter subject to the site plan approval does not meet the criteria set out in the land use bylaw, or the applicant fails to enter an undertaking to carry out the terms of the site plan. To be approved, any proposed site plan approval must not conflict with any of the site plan approval requirements of the CT zone and the land use bylaw. In hearing the appeal, council may make the decision the development officer could have made as per section 247(4) of the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter. Those decisions are based upon the consideration of the criteria outlined in the presentation as required by section 22A5 for site plan approval under Planning Districts 8 and 9's land use bylaw. Regional Council has two options, first being the approval of the appeal, which will result in the refusal of the site plan, or denial of the appeal, which will result in the approval of the site plan. Staff recommend that Regional Council deny the appeal. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Council, are there any questions of clarification for staff? Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Just have a question around when the last site visit was done in relation to the stormwater and the wetlands.
So I can confirm staff did visit site last September. It was in relation to the buffering for the existing vegetation. The water courses and the delineation of the water courses will be reviewed under G200. So when they have to come in for a lot grading permit, that will be a requirement of that. The retention pond was the only thing in relation to the criteria of the site plan approval at that time.
So I don't know if this question's for you or someone else that I'm looking at or someone else that I'm looking at. If this site plan is approved, but because no one's visited there and we know that wetlands can grow, what will happen at the permitting stage if the wetlands are not in a position that they were purported to be and relation to this particular site plan?
So in relation to the delineation of any water courses or wetlands, those are done by a qualified professional. So at the time of permitting, they would have to come in and show where that is. It would be on the applicant to provide that at any stage during that everything is as said it should be. It would be a risk on the applicant to not double check that at the time being beforehand and requiring revisions at a later state.
And if it was determined, I'll say it again, if it was determined that there is a change and it does not allow for a permit, what will happen to this site plan? What is the requirement then? Does it get revisited by staff? Does it come back to council? What if something significant has to shift?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor. So if there were theoretically to be some significant shift that altered from the unapproved site plan approval, we would have to go back through the process again to address that.
Okay. Yeah. All right. And no one has been at that site since last September.
That's correct. We would be relying on the submissions of the applicant to determine extents of wetlands. We wouldn't honestly be in a position to determine on site without having the right expertise exactly where the edge of a wetland is. That's a pretty detailed and scientific analysis that we leave with the professionals.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Kent. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chris. You speak fast. I just want to be clear that since we heard this in June, the applicant has only made one change, which would be the height of the fence. So having heard all of everything that's going on, there's still only been one change made by the applicant.
That is mostly correct. So the proposal was initially denied under that subsection that required for buffering on the side lot line. So they've increased their fencing. Also, they've adjusted the slatting within the fence for the opaqueness, so for seeing through and allowing debris through, as well as allowed the jersey barrier at the bottom for any heavier materials that may be impacted along that side lot line.
Right. Good. Thanks very much.
Okay. That was everyone on the board. So seeing no further questions of clarification, I will now invite the appellants to speak. We have 3 appellants, Janice and Randy Stoddard, Derek and Gail Stoddard, and Pat Bond, who is being represented by Braden Thomas. So I'll ask, oh, there you are. You're assuming you're Janice and Randy? Yep, okay, welcome. So we ask that you please keep your comments respectful, on topic of the site plan and directed to the chair. The clerk will announce when you have 30 seconds remaining and your time is complete. So welcome, and I will turn the floor over to you. Go ahead.
In the staff report on the revised C&D site plan submission, the HRM development officer stated that the increase in height of fencing approximately 2 feet and the additional vegetation screening along the eastern portion of the proposed C&D site mitigates impacts on the adjoining lands. The land use bylaw has specific requirements, all of which must be met. This is simply not the case.
The plan states that screening will be provided by existing vegetation on all sides and that berms with new plantings will be used along with opaque fencing. Again, due to the wildfire in 2008, the existing vegetation is still, after 18 years, basically some small bushes and trees which will not screen anything with any height. Also noteworthy is that the majority of existing vegetation is leaf-bearing, thus only present for one season. The proposed site slopes upward from the road and will be in full view despite any proposed screening. The height of the berm is not stated. They'd have to be extremely high, nor is the height of the new coniferous plantings mentioned. Bylaw 22A.5 states that the plan shall indicate the size, type, and location of all landscaping elements, including along the front of the property. Nothing in the site plan specifically mentions those details. The development officer stated that vegetation in the rear setback provides adequate screening and that the existing vegetation from the east and west sides will be retained. Again, those words, existing vegetation, it's simply not there in any area of the site. Whose definition of adequate is to be used? Again, this is just too vague. Who gets to make all these determinations? It certainly shouldn't be the developer nor the landscape company who was paid by Mr. Belfountain to develop a plan that fits his needs. A side fence height increase of 2 feet is not going to make any difference in terms of screening, nor is the non-specific improved natural buffer along the roadway. These small changes will not magically stop the negative impact to adjoining properties. The site map provided is over 10 years old now. It is very inaccurate and doesn't even closely reflect the multiple wetland areas and waterways which would be affected. The area proposed for the C&D facility, as well as the lands on either side, contain numerous wetland areas which ultimately flow into our lakes, rivers, and streams. There are families of beavers who have built their homes. The water course has grown in size in just the last year, and the trees are dying there. As the water course extends throughout and near the proposed C&D area, the potential for harm of not only the beavers, but of numerous other plants and wildlife is imminent, should the plan be accepted. We don't believe that HRM has had a complete environmental assessment of the area done by a qualified environmental engineer, and we certainly hope that staff will not just accept the word of those paid by Mr. Belfountain that all in the plan would be just fine. The area must be viewed to see the impact such a facility will have. The site map provided by the landscaping company states that all locations are approximate and for site plan approval purposes only. Should not up-to-date accurate information be provided prior to considering approval for a facility? Shouldn't the appropriateness of a site be determined by an actual investigation rather than by just a submitted piece of paper? Our communities deserve better than this.
The planning use bylaw states that provisions are established to ensure that the operation and any required site plan improvements are maintained to a high standard. Who determines that high standard, what it is? The development officer stated that there will be staff, including an operations manager, along with the budget for dust control, waste, etc. That's all well and good, though a number of years back, debris was buried on site by Kean, which had to be ordered to be removed. This certainly does not make us trust that the right thing will be done. The HRM 2002 regulations for approving such a facility, such that has been proposed, are woefully outdated and inadequate. Should the HRM regulations not go hand in hand with the new Nova Scotia regulations for such facilities? It is imperative that HRM immediately improve and update the regulations to reflect current environmental knowledge and issues prior to any consideration for a site approval for any C&D facility. All criteria, land use bylaw 22A.5 have not been met as we understand they must be. Given this, we ask the council not approve the application for the C&D facility.
Just because there are other C&D sites beside residential areas does not mean they are without issue and in appropriate locations, and we're sure there are councillors able to speak to this. Ross Road, which was established in 2000, is only a transfer station, CD1. The proposed C&D is for a CD2 processing station as well, which includes constant cutting and grinding. You have to compare apples to apples. And one last thing, I feel that our county councillor, Hensby, should be able to be a part of this process. Thank you.
Janice and Randy, thank you very much. Next on the list, we have Derek oh, sorry. Oh, I have to change my screens here. Apologies. Sorry, if you, Janice and Randy, we have a couple of questions for you. First, Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So questions in relation to me understanding what I'm looking at. Your screen, can we put their presentation up again, please? So let's look at the first slide. Is that it? No. Yeah, there we go. So when we're looking at maps with just the site plan, is this the body of water that is in question in relation to the stormwater pond and the back of the property?
This is the largest obvious wetland on the property.
And if we were looking at the site plan, are we looking at it being on this side?
It would be
the bottom
to
side
the
of
left,
this photo?
to the left and forward.
So it's on the bottom of the wetland on this particular highway?
More toward the front, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And your photographs are saying June 26. Are these by a drone?
Yes.
So they're not off Google?
No, these are
Which
drone.
could be at any
yeah,
time.
these were just taken last weekend.
Yeah.
Now there are a couple in here that are from the previous June, only because the sight line, it was terrible weather as we've had lately, and he couldn't get up high enough to get sort of some better overall runs, although I did include some of those in the presentation.
In this wetland that you see
You need
there,
your thing.
Yes.
the wetland that you see there actually extends then on the other side of the road, and you can see other pictures will have the wetlands there, but it's
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you both for the presentation. Could you clarify again? You talked about the vegetation. We had the wildfire, and then what's growing back. So, what's the height, the average height, of the vegetation that exists there now?
You can see from the photos that it is not very tall, and any of the vegetation that has grown, there are the odd trees that are a little taller that the wildfire did manage to avoid. But for the most part, I mean, you can see here, to the left of the dead trees that have died because of the wetland expansion, to the left of that would be where this storm pond goes, actually touching the wetland now, and to the left and behind of that also.
And in your opinion, since you live there, what would the height need to be so you actually had appropriate screening so you wouldn't see the site?
That's the big question, because it's all on an upward slope. So if you had a tree and you're standing right in front of the tree, well, you're not going to see. But if you're standing back 20 or 30 or 60 or 100 or 200 feet, it's going to be there.
top of it there's a
Microphone.
top of the picture that we had on the screen, you could see just off to the right, there's actually a little subdivision there. We believe as well across the street from this proposed C&D is another development that's going in that may very well be a subdivision. I can't say for certain, but there's something going on there. So there's more to it than just meets the eye when you look at the site plan here.
I mean, you can see from the photo that's up now, you can see how the wetlands have expanded, and the larger trees that had been initially saved from the forest fire are now dead because of that expansion.
Okay, thank you both. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, so that is everybody on the board. For you. I would say later because we've already had staff and staff can come back. So yeah, note your questions. Yep. Okay, thank you, Janice and Randy. Next on the list we have Derek and Gail Stoddard. Hello there, Mr. Stoddard. Again, I just remind you to please keep your comments respectful, on topic, and directed to the chair and the clerk. No. We need the clerk to start the clock. So.
May I just clarify something, Madam Chair?
Yep.
So, if I just before you start, members of council, to the councillor's question, staff are not coming back up. This is an appeal between the appellants and the respondent. If you have additional questions with respect to the picture, you can ask them of the respondent when they respond. Staff has given you the background. This is a matter of an appeal between the appellants, and the respondent will have an opportunity to respond.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Question of clarification?
Yes, please, if I may. So, Mr. Traves, if we have questions of process that have come up because we're hearing from the public, who do we ask those questions of?
The chair. And if the chair needs assistance, then we will assist in terms of process. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Stoddard. Are you ready? Ready? Okay, so you have 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. My name is Derek Stoddard. I am here tonight as an adjacent landowner of property that has been in our family for over 100 years. Under the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter, a site plan approval must be refused if it conflicts with the land use bylaw. This specific site plan is non-compliant for 2 reasons. The 10-foot fence is placed directly on the zoning line without the required visual screening, and an industrial stormwater settling pond is located directly inside the mandatory environmental watercourse setback. Because this layout explicitly violates the text of your bylaw, it cannot legally be approved. Let's first address the developer's proposed 10-foot chain-link fence with plastic privacy slats placed directly on the line between the CD2 and the RE zone. The developer's site plan relies on the existence of vegetation to mask the massive structure, but reality tells us a completely different story. As these photos taken from Highway 7 clearly show, the existing vegetation is sparse. You can see straight through it and past into the industrial site. Because the required vegetation is functionally non-existent, this 10-foot fence stands completely exposed as a stark, looming industrial eyesore. The developer is attempting to use Section 22A5C, which states screening can be in the form of fencing. But for a fence to achieve this, it must be an opaque screen, meaning it must completely block visibility to protect adjacent properties. A chain-link fence with plastic slats is strictly semi-transparent. The angled wire mesh leaves a permanent 5 to 15% open air gap, letting in the view of the C&D operation straight through. Furthermore, in our climate, these plastic slats warp, twist, and blow out in windstorms. Because the bylaw requires an effective visual screen, and because my photographs prove the existing natural buffer is completely absent, this semi-transparent fence is forced to stand alone. It's physically impossible for this structure with permanent open air gaps to satisfy the visual screening requirements of Section 22A5. Next, let's address the stormwater pond. Under Section 22B4A3 of the Land Use Bylaws, any C&D processing facility, structure, or operation must maintain a mandatory non-discretionary buffer zone with a minimum setback from a watercourse of 60 meters. A 60-meter buffer that is incorrect on the developer's submitted plan. An engineered stormwater settling pond is a structure designed to collect silt, heavy metals, oil, and debris runoff from sorting and heavy crushing. It is not a natural feature. Yet, as you can see from the measurements on the developer's own plan, this open-air pond is jammed directly inside the 60-meter environmental protection zone. It sits less than 5 meters from open water. This is not a minor technicality. The narrow, restrictive shape of the CD2 zone means the developer has limited physical space. They are trying to force an illegal layout into a tight corridor, hoping the watercourse boundary will be ignored. Enforcing the 60-meter buffer at this location will push the pond well into the active operation area, collapsing the developer's layout. In your HRM briefing package you received today regarding the appeal, you will see under the stormwater section, page 5, the staff report notes addressed in previous site plans approval submission. A staff note referencing a past submission does not magically make this pond legally compliant. It simply means the issue was looked at during a previous paperwork cycle for a project that was never completed or fully approved under today's strict criteria. The same section also speaks to the required grade alteration permit under bylaw G200. The alteration permit does not omit the need for the developer to correctly indicate his compliance with the 60-meter setback on his plan. The 60-meter watercourse rule exists because council recognized that C&D processing possesses an extraordinary threat to local water tables. If this pond is permitted inside the environmental ban, industrial silt and leachate will sit directly adjacent to the water system feeding the residential wells in Porters Lake and Lake Echo. In conclusion, to protect the integrity of your planning documents, our watershed, and our community, I respectfully request the council to uphold the law, allow the appeal, and reject the site plan approval. Before I leave the photo that's up for you now, I can tell you that I visited the property last week, and the arrow pointing to the corner post was 1 meter from the water, and the blue area is actually measured. It's not. Thank you.
You can finish your sentence there.
Blue area represents an actual measured area. It's not a guess. It is actually where the water was. My son took the trip around with his GPS unit from work, which is a calibrated unit. He went around, he measured it, and the blue line that overlaps with the corner and the line of the developer's zone line is correct. So the water is actually over, and it's,
all right.
Like I said.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me change screens here. I do not see any questions of clarification. Okay, seeing no questions of clarification, thank you, Mr. Stoddard, and I will now ask Pat Bond, who's being represented by Braden Thomas, to please come forward. Again, I just want to remind you to keep your comments respectful, on topic of the site plan, and directed to the chair. The clerk will announce when you have 30 seconds remaining and when your time is complete. If you could just please confirm your name, and then the floor is yours for 5 minutes. Yes.
Inappropriate proceeding. I just said to that particular presenter, good job, and it was in relation to his capacity to do it. He was sort of out of breath and probably somewhat nervous, and that's what that was about. It was in no way me taking a position on his presentation.
That's fine. Thank you. Noted, Councillor Kent. Okay, Mr. Thomas?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, Council. Happy to be here. My name is Braden Thomas. I am acting as a proxy speaker, speaking upon request of Pat Bond, who is the owner of the two properties that are displayed here in yellow, located to the north of the applicant's property displayed in red. So this is my third opportunity to speak in front of council, and tonight I will continue speaking to concerns around wetlands and watercourses as a qualified wetland professional myself. Presented here on the left is what I've shown before, with provincially mapped wetlands in white, and an orange outline is what I'm inferring as potential wetlands on the property, utilizing satellite imagery, visual observations from Highway 7, and publicly available modeling tools. As such, it is believed that the site plan is inaccurate with respect to wetlands and watercourses. In more recent hearings, we've discussed at length the role the municipality has when it comes to wetlands and watercourses, which are more typically jurisdiction of the province. While this is true, due diligence by HRM is necessary to ensure these considerations have been assessed by qualified persons. When it comes to municipal matters such as stormwater management, grading, erosion and sedimentation control, and landscaping plans, wetlands and watercourses are a significant consideration that need to be properly evaluated. Stormwater in particular has a strong influence from wetland and watercourse presence. I went back and I rewatched the applicant's speaker from last summer's hearing and just wanted to bring up a few quotes from the speaker regarding the supposed wetland delineations. And I quote, "Many, many site visits, not a desktop exercise. The environment doesn't change that much in 5 years. Ground truthing has been done. 8 site visits were done by engineers experienced in delineating wetlands, and when asked on timing of the most recent wetland field visits, and I quote, "Not certain, I wasn't there. I know extensive site visits were completed between 2015 and 2020. Believe engineers and surveyors went out in 2023, but I don't know specific dates." Building off of those quotes, we believe that HRM should be requiring the names of the qualified persons allegedly assessing wetlands and watercourses, along with their CVs that clearly exemplify their qualifications in the scientific process of wetland delineation. Clarification on the dates of the supposed assessments would also be valuable, as data on wetlands is typically considered valid for 5 years, as the environment is known to change in that time, contrary to the applicant's beliefs. In my professional experience, I've seen on numerous occasions the HRM has had the authority to request wetland and watercourse delineation results and methodologies. HRM has also previously required on numerous projects results of the WESP-AC functional assessment tool, which is a tool that is used by biologists to quantify the value and function of a wetland. Going into screening now, we've talked at length about the lack of existing vegetation on the property from the wildfire. The applicant has increased the height of the proposed fence by 63 centimeters and has new schematics that identify areas of established forest, including along Highway 7 and outside on the sides of the CD-2 zoning. Other speakers have just shown drone imagery that I believe puts those claims into question. While vegetation has begun recovery, it's a stretch to say that it is established anywhere within the site. Particularly in the drone images, you can actually see significant portions of the taller trees that are dying from the beaver activity. The applicant will also be showing you some photos here shortly of the CD-1 transfer facility on Ross Road, likely in an attempt to compare screening at that location. It should be noted that this comparison is poor, as that facility is a CD transfer location that does not utilize permanent stockpiles like a CD-2 would. The fencing utilized at this facility works in tandem with the extensive vegetation that is present, that I will note is taller than the power lines. To compare Ross Road's mature vegetation to the applicant's property is not reasonable. Additionally, most of the screening on the proponent's property is deciduous, offering no screening during the majority of the year when the foliage is not out. To summarize on wetlands, HRM needs to place more consideration as it pertains to stormwater, grading, landscaping, and erosion and sedimentation. Evidence of assessment by qualified individuals should be required. The environmental reports from 2015 that the applicant quotes does not mention any wetland delineation or evidence thereof. Screening remains a legitimate concern of the community, and increasing proposed fencing by 63 centimeters does not make any meaningful impact to the applicant's ability to be able to properly screen land use impacts and impacts to adjoining lands. And the characterization of vegetation on site has been grossly misrepresented. Speaking on behalf of the community, we strongly urge council to reject the site plan and vote for the appeal. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thomas. Any questions of clarification from council? I see no questions. So with that, thank you very much for your presentation. I will now invite those who have identified that they are affected by the decision differently than the general public to speak. We have one person pre-registered, and that is Lisa Grandmaison. Lisa, are you here? Oh, there you are. Yep, please come up to the microphone. You must start by telling council your name, your community, and why you are affected differently than the general public. I'll just wait for you to take a seat because this is a new process for me and I think for some of us who haven't been through an appeal before. So I'll just say this again. You need to start by telling us your name, your community, and why you are affected differently than the general public. Then council, you'll decide whether to permit Ms. Grandmaison to speak or not. If council agrees, then Lisa, you'll have 5 minutes to speak to the appeal. So does everyone understand the process here? So it's a two-step process. Okay, so with that, I'll hand the floor over to you to tell us, again, your name, your community, and why you were affected differently than the general public.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor and council members. While my residence falls outside the formal notification area, I am directly affected by the proposed construction and demolition processing facility and respectfully request the opportunity to address the council. My family and I live in the surrounding community and regularly use the roads, recreation areas, and local amenities that may be affected by the increased industrial traffic, noise, dust, and other operational impacts associated with this development. As a homeowner, I am also concerned about the potential effects on the character of the area, quality of life, and property values within the broader community surrounding the site. My interest in this matter differs from that of the general public because the proposed facility would operate in close proximity to the community in which I live, raised my family, and have made a significant personal and financial investment. The potential impacts are not theoretical. They would directly affect my family's daily life and enjoyment of our community. Should regional council permit me to speak, my comments will be directly related to the appeal and will focus on the compatibility of proposed development within the surrounding area, potential impacts on residents, traffic, and environmental concerns, and the long-term impact of locating this type of industrial operation near established residential communities. Thank you.
Thank you. So now it's up to council to decide if, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a quick question to you and maybe our solicitor. Are we allowed to ask questions of clarification?
I see no reason. It's you have to be satisfied as a council that the individuals should be heard.
Okay, just very quickly, thank you for coming. Can you tell us approximately how many feet, yards, meters you are away from the site?
I didn't do an exact, but it's pretty much in my backyard.
Can you guess distance from me to you, from me
probably within 2 kilometers.
Within 2 kilometers.
2 kilometers from my house, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Kent.
Yes, thank you. I think this question is for the solicitor or perhaps staff. The consideration here is affected differently than the general public. So clearly she's the general public. I just want to know, what is the definition in this situation? Is it the people that were within the formal notification space, or is it all of HRM?
So council recognizes those that live within the formal notification are potentially directly impacted by the site plan, which is the subject here. So you'd have to be satisfied that you had that the individual has a close enough, impact to this based on what she has advised. I would suggest the concern though is that I think what we heard is a lot related to the zoning. And so you would have to remember that what you are dealing with here is the site plan approval, not the zoning, which was decided by the court.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. If I could ask just a clarification question, just like in the same vein as Councillor Clary's. Could you say which street you live on? I've just got Google pulled up here. If we can't narrow the distance, we could do it this way.
No, absolutely. I'm at 48 Big Bear Loop in Porters Lake.
Big Bear Loop. That's not even Porters Lake. That was a different Big Bear Loop. The site's right here.
Anything else, Councillor Austin?
This is a tough position to be dropped in, Ms. Chair, as to deciding whether someone is affected and whether they can speak. I mean, I'm just looking here at Big Bear Loop. It is a distance away, but it's also backs onto the swath of land that runs out that way. I mean, I think if she was in an interior subdivision street, like, you know, Sandy Lane, for example, then I'd say, well, no, but she does kind of back onto the wilderness area here.
Okay, and I just want to remind what the solicitor said. This is not about the zoning, it's about the site plan. I don't see any further questions of clarification. So with that, clerk, do I call for a vote? Just verbal? Yeah, would you like to hear from the speaker or not? Yes, yes. Okay, I see hands and heads nodding. I'll take that as affirmative. And so, what? Oh, I didn't. There's some opposed. Okay, so let's a vote. Okay, show of hands. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, and opposed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I believe that fails and that it's in favor of hearing from the speaker. Go ahead, the floor is yours for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Good evening, everyone, again. My name is Lisa Grandmaison. I'm a homeowner, mother, dog owner, veteran, public affairs professional, and resident of this community. I want to begin by saying that I'm not opposed to development itself, but I understand that construction and demolition materials need to be managed, processed, and disposed of somewhere. But my concern is whether this type of facility should exist within our community. My concern is whether this is the right location for it. As council considers this application, I urge you to think beyond the immediate economic benefits and ask a more important question. Is this proposal compatible with the existing residential community that surrounds it? Residents choose this area because of its character, quality of life, and sense of community. Families walk their neighborhoods, children's play outdoors, and many of us have invested our life savings into our homes. Our construction and demolition processing facility introduces industrial activity that raises legitimate concerns regarding dust, air quality, noise, truck traffic, environmental impacts, and long-term property value issues. While proponents often point to mitigation measures, the reality is that mitigation does not eliminate the impacts in our area. It only attempts to reduce them after the fact. Residents should not be expected to bear the burden of living beside a facility that generates dust, heavy traffic, noise, and environmental concerns, as mentioned previously, simply because controls may be put in place. The concerns being raised tonight are not hypothetical. Public submissions and research regarding waste and processing facilities have consistently identified concerns relating to air pollution, respiratory health impacts, groundwater contamination, odors, traffic, noise, pests, and overall quality of life issues. These concerns deserve serious consideration, particularly when a facility such as this is proposed in close proximity to our wetlands as well as our subdivisions. There is also the issue of property values. Research has been published in the Journal of Real Estate Research found that residential properties located near landfill and waste facilities experience negative impacts on property values ranging from approximately 5.5 to 7.3%. Even in older and less expensive neighborhoods, impacts are 3 to 4% were observed. And I have the documentation here if you want it. For many homeowners, that represents tens of thousands of dollars in lost equity. More importantly, it represents uncertainty. Buyers consider more than a house when making purchasing decisions. They consider what surrounds it. The perception influences marketability, and marketability affects our value. This proposal effectively asks residents to assume risks while others receive the benefits. The applicant receives the operational and economic advantages. Residents absorb the traffic, the noise, the dust, environmental concerns, and potential impacts on our property values. I would also ask Council to consider the long-term implications of this decision. Once a facility of this nature has been approved and established, it becomes extremely difficult to reverse that decision. This decision will affect not only current residents, but our future generations of homeowners who choose to build their lives in this community. Good planning is not simply about determining whether a development can be built or should be built in the area it is. It is about determining whether it should be built in that particular location. Tonight, I respectfully ask Council to place the interest of residents first and reject the proposal, or at minimum require a more comprehensive and independent review of potential health, environment, traffic, and property value impacts before any approval is considered. The question before Council is not whether construction and demolition materials need to be processed. The question is whether this community is appropriate for a place to do it, and I do not believe it is. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I don't see any questions of clarification, so thank you. Okay. There's nobody else, so what do I do? It doesn't say here to call. Is that in here? Okay, thank you. Okay, so with that, I'll see if there's anyone else present who is affected by the decision differently than the general public who would like to request to speak. All right. Yep. Come on up. Similar to the process we just went through, please state your name, your community, and why you are affected differently.
Madam Chair, councillors, my name is Deb Day, and in 2015, when we started this fight against this application, we established the Coalition for Safe and Healthy Communities for the 4 communities, and I chaired that on behalf of all the residents, and to this day have supported and represented them, including those within the 30 meters and those beyond the 30 meters. My comments today are about the fencing that I would like to bring some perspective to.
Thank you. Question from Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And if I could ask you as well, how close do you live to the site?
I live in Mineville, so I'm across the water, but the residents that I have represented include those that are within the 30 meters.
No, I appreciate that. I just thought the question was about how you personally are affected differently than the general public.
Not as much as they would be, for sure, where I live in Mineville, and my representation here is on their behalf.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any more questions of clarification. Oh, Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I have a question for the solicitor. In a situation like this, do we have to have confirmation of that right to represent, or is this person being evaluated as a singular person?
Generally, you would want some confirmation. You have to be satisfied,
Yeah.
and you can be satisfied on the individual's say so or otherwise. But realistically, it is the individuals who themselves are impacted that have the opportunity to speak. This is an appeal between 4 individuals or pairs and the respondent. It's not a public hearing.
Thank you.
So there really should be some specific impact that individuals have. But I would note, I believe that council did allow this individual to speak at the last appeal in the circumstances, and you may or may not be guided by that tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, so what are your wishes, council? Okay, we'll take some votes here. Question, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 6. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Do I get a vote? Okay, thank you. We'll go to the next then. That fails. Is there anyone else who would like to speak at the back there, please? Oh, no, okay, gentleman in the blue plaid shirt. Again, please tell us your name, your community, and why you are affected differently than the general public.
Good evening, councillors. My name is Mike Thomas. I've spoke at every hearing that we've held. I live approximately 500 meters from this site. I can honestly say I am not impacted differently than anybody else. I live 500 meters from there and I'm impacted exactly the same. My comments will be brief. Forgive me, I'm going through some health issues. I'm very tired, and to be honest with you, I wasn't going to speak tonight, but I will represent, I think, what Ms. Day was going to say. I think it's very important that that happened.
All right, thank you. A question of clarification from Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Could even if you aren't comfortable sharing your street address, could you just tell me what street you live on?
On the number 73609 Highway 7.
Okay.
I would be probably the second house closest to it. And you can definitely, I mean, we definitely are impacted.
The second house from the Lake Echo side?
I'm on the Lake Echo side.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I don't see any other questions of clarification. So, council, what are your wishes? All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, that passes. Okay, so the floor is yours. Whoop. There you go. You have 5 minutes. And again, yep. Okay. Okay. So, sir, we're just going to take a short break. Yep. Okay, councillors, if we can take our seats, please. There we go. And I'm going to ask you if you could please repeat your name and your community, and then you'll be given 5 minutes to speak, and the clerk will let you know when your time is up. And please keep your remarks respectful and directed to the chair. The floor is yours.
Yeah, I sure will. Through the Deputy Mayor to the Council, I would like to thank you once again for this opportunity to speak. I didn't come normally very well prepared, to be honest, because to be honest with you, I really hadn't planned on speaking. My family and I first got involved in this, this fight 11 years ago. It's been 11 years, long weekend in May. We were driving back from our cottage and we saw the sign. So, we've been committed, to this fight for a long time. We put a lot of effort into it. The young fellow that spoke earlier, Mr. Thomas, happens to be my son. He was 15 years old when this fight started. He went into environmental sciences because of this fight. This fight, that's an impact. That's a big deal, right? As you go forward to vote, I think I'd like you guys to remember some things. When this all started, of course we went through the rezoning application. It has no bearing on this, I guess, but I think what we have to remember here is a staff report that was done by one of your senior planners, Thea Langell. Ultimately, that was, in fact, overturned at the UARB. But it wasn't overturned because of all the dangers she identified. They still exist. And whether it has an influence on your decision or not, I think you should probably at some point take a look at that. Because the report we saw tonight from the planners was, well, of course it was very different. It's for a development permit. But all those issues that HRM has identified have not gone away, right? They didn't go away because the UARB said they did. So let's think about that. Let's think about, the thousands of people in our communities. I was thinking about this the other day. I found that this hearing was happening Friday. So, I was sitting just thinking about these past 11 years. I've never been involved in anything like this, but I suspect, as people come before you as council in public fights like this or, public issues, normally communities are divided, right? You'll 50, 40, 30, whatever. In this case, in all of the meetings we've been in as the coalition and everything, not one person from our community has stood up and said, damn it, I want that here. I need that here. We want that here. Nobody wants that there. Well, that being said, we have rules. I know. I was a commercial heating guy for many, many years. I worked all over Canada. I contracted for the government in Nunavut for 15 years. I took care of every heating appliance that they had, commercial ones, the big ones in the hospitals and stuff. I had a lot of responsibility there, and I had a set of rules that I had to follow, a code, and I followed it until it didn't make sense, or it was dangerous, or something was wrong, and it happens, believe me, in code books. You guys have a set of rules to follow. The proponent has a set of rules to follow. The reality is the rules, I don't believe are going to protect this site. I believe that if you vote yes, the community is going to be severely impacted. I've also, as I said, have owned my business. If I was to come before council for something like this, and it's a big deal as a businessman, and after the last time that was, turned down, mostly because of screening, I think I probably would have come back with something a little more acceptable, other than 63 centimeters. Folks, you're voting on this tonight, I suppose. And really, you're just voting on 63 centimeters. That's the only thing that's changed. That's not going to help us, guys. Really, it's not. How much time? I got 33 seconds. Okay. In all likelihood, this will be the last time I speak in front of you. As you vote, I would like you to think about our communities. Maybe you can think about your own community. I don't know where you guys live, but maybe you live in a quiet little street. Would you want this in in your backyard. Come on. No, I don't think you would. Anyway, we've put up the good fight as a community. We will continue to put up the good fight. And all I can do is, if you guys want to leave a legacy, don't leave a bad one. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Are there any... sorry, is there... Oh, there is a question. Councillor Kent.
Thank you. I'm going to break the rule a little bit in that it's not so much a question, it's a thank you for being in here and being capable and brave enough to come up tonight. I just want to express that because we need people to come into this session. You can be proud of yourself.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. I think I appreciate your sentiments, but we need to stay to questions of clarification. Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else present who is affected by the decision differently than the general public who would like to request to speak? I see, yes. Please come on up. Again, start by telling us your name, your community, and why you are affected differently than the general public. Is it okay for 2 co-presenters? Yep, okay, that's great. So I see we have a co-presenter there with you, so both of your names, please.
My name is Amy Gunderson, and this is Paul Norwood. And I'm here to speak on behalf of Nature Ridge Homes and Nature Ridge subdivision, which is directly adjacent to this development, proposed development. I'm also here to speak on behalf of myself as well, as I live within a kilometer radius from this proposed site.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So just for clarification, so you live a kilometer away personally?
Yeah.
And sorry, what was the other thing you said?
Nature Ridge Homes and Nature Ridge subdivision. We own the development directly behind, adjacent to this property.
You personally own that?
Paul Norwood is.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it is a residential subdivision?
It is, yes.
Okay.
It's an 8-phase, 200-plus building.
It was approved
Nature.
by the Community Council in 2013. It's a $200 million development going in there over the next 25 years, and we border right on the proposed development there.
So you're literally, your property is abutting this property?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Austin.
Just the Nature Homes, is that Sugarwood?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Council, what are your wishes? All those in favor, please raise your hands. Yep, okay. Please proceed.
Is a community that, when completed, will have roughly 200 building lots for single-family dwellings. 80% of the 215-hectare community is dedicated to green space, parkland, and recreational space, designed and approved by HRM. The C&D site proposal has brought about a subdivision full of extremely worried homeowners and clients who have invested in Nature Ridge that, should the site be approved, are concerned that property values will decrease, potential resale opportunities will be diminished, and overall quality of life will be negatively impacted by noise pollution alone. The mere idea of a C&D facility being constructed has directly impacted home sales. On several occasions during negotiations with clients, they ultimately chose to walk away and purchase homes elsewhere because of the potential facility being so close to the proximity of Nature Ridge. It would not be unreasonable to assume that there will be future lost opportunities for sales of homes in the surrounding area, given the community's social networking and controversy over this proposed facility. The saleability of homes in Nature Ridge will undoubtedly be hindered, or worse, it could stop future phasing completely should this be approved. In 2008, there was a large forest fire that caused extensive damage to Nature Ridge and surrounding land. A large portion of the softwood trees in our area were burned, leaving the land barren from vegetation. The forest is starting to regenerate. However, the trees that are growing in place of the softwoods are deciduous trees. While the regeneration is happening very slowly, the deciduous trees will offer no visual buffer from the proposed site for most of the year. Another concern for us is the capability or accountability of key and management being able to fully mitigate the physical noise pollution that the C&D facility would generate, as processing will be happening at this site. They have said there would be loaders, excavators, shearers, dump trucks, and forklifts at the facility. We'd be naive to believe that that the noise of all this heavy equipment operating would be minimized to a level that would not affect the overall health and enjoyment of families in the neighboring homes. Noise and dust travel far, that's indisputable. We hear it based on home construction. We know from firsthand experience the engine noise, the dumping noise, these kinds of heavy equipment can generate. It's very loud. It would be impossible to mitigate the noise so that it would not affect the neighboring properties. The noise we produce during construction is limited and temporary. The C&D site is forever. I just wanted to let that sink in. It is forever. It's not reasonable or fair to subject all residential communities to a lifetime of this noise annoyance. Phase 3 of 8 Nature Ridge is at an elevation of approximately 80 meters, and the land where the facility would go is at an elevation of approximately 70 meters. With no significant hills or trees to act as a visual or noise buffer in between. Furthermore, Nature Ridge is only 600 meters away from the property-to-property boundary between our community and where the site would be built. We flew a drone from the highest point in Phase 3 to a height that would mimic someone standing in the second level of a home looking out the window to the direction of the proposed site. Without a doubt, given the lack of hills or trees as a buffer, a pile of construction debris, even 15 feet high, would be clearly visible. We also wanted to bring up the risk of spontaneous combustion. There was an incident down in Kentville in 2016. The fire burned for several days, which led to Environment Canada issuing an air quality warning for Kings County. The closest fire station to this proposed facility is in Lake Echo, approximately 3 to 4 kilometers away. This station is volunteer only, therefore not staffed 24/7. The response times would undoubtedly be affected. We are extremely concerned about this proposal and the potential repercussions should it be allowed to move forward. Nature Ridge's quiet and serene vistas would be ruined and the health of its residents would be in jeopardy. No one would want to live next door to this. Absolutely everything is at stake for my family and Nature Ridge should the C&D facility be approved. An approval would, without question, be the demise of our subdivision, our construction business, and our livelihoods. Our company employs local tradespeople. We utilize local suppliers for all of our builds. The financial impact would be felt by all of them. For the sake of our collective community and for Nature Ridge's future, and as a concerned resident, please say no to this proposal. This facility has absolutely no place being constructed in a residential area. Thank you again.
All right, thank you, Amy. I do not see any questions of clarification, so thank you very much. And I will ask again, is there anyone present who is affected by the decision differently than the general public who would like to request to speak? Are there any other speakers? Yep, all right. Hello there, please come to the front. Welcome. Just a reminder to start by telling council your name, your community, and why you are affected differently.
My name is Linda Mosier. The last house before you get to the proposed site, 3629 number 7 Highway. And I do, whatever happens at the site does represent where I live.
Yeah. Okay, so any questions of clarification here? Seeing none, what are your wishes, council? All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, so that passes. So please proceed. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Water and soil contamination. C&D processing transfer sites do pose severe risk to the environment. When rainwater filters through the piles of debris, it creates toxic leakage that drains into the local groundwater, wetlands, and nearby water courses through the fractured rocks into our wells. It costs us every time we get our water tested to be safe. Should we get our water tested once a year, twice a year? By the time our water detects any toxins from the proposed C&D processing transfer site, it's too late. It's already there. We have nothing if we don't have safe drinking water. We can't sell our homes. No one would like to live in a community that doesn't have safe drinking water. What will happen to our peaceful community, even if there is a chance that our drinking water gets contaminated? That's a very high risk for our two communities to not want to take. You cannot guarantee that our drinking water will not be contaminated. Even with all the precautions at the C&D site, you can still not guarantee that our drinking water won't be contaminated. We are the ones that has everything to lose. This C&D site does not belong in the middle of two communities, which are very close. It belongs in an industrial park. Excessive truck traffic. C&D processing transfer sites has a continuous stream of heavy dump trucks, transfer trailers, and even cars. Ross Road in 3 days a few years ago, the average number of trucks, transfer trucks, trailers, and cars per day that entered the C&D site was 165 to 170. Last year, one day, 178 trucks, transfer trailers, cars entered the C&D site. I averaged 70 trucks, transport trailers, and cars for the proposed C&D site. 70 trucks per day, open at 8 hours. That's an average of 8.75 trucks per hour times 2, both ways, 17.5 trucks per hour. That's an average 4.4 trucks per half hour, both ways, 8.8 trucks in a half hour. On an average, 2.2 trucks every 15 minutes, times 2, both ways. That's 4.4 trucks every 15 minutes. I count both ways because the trucks make 2 trips through our community. This causes dangerous bottlenecks. I have seen this on Ross Road, C&D site. This jeopardizes the safety of our local residents, pedestrians, and cyclists. We have many that go through our community. And most important, the school buses from 5 schools. Air quality and toxic dust pollution. Airborne toxins and dust from construction and demolition processing and transfer sites can travel anywhere from a few hundred feet to several kilometers, depending on particle size and wind conditions. Particles remain suspended and pose severe off-site health risk. The dust is invisible to the human eye, but can cause a serious health hazard. Exposure to the inhaled silica dust, which is fragmented, can lead to silicosis, lung cancer, and COPD. Silica dust, highly hazardous dust released during concrete cutting and masonry. Asbestos microscopic fibers can stay suspended for 24 to 48 hours or longer, traveling significant distance on the wind. Exhaust emissions from heavy
Linda,
machinery.
I just want to note that your time is up. If you just want to finish your sentence.
Emissions from heavy machinery adds pollutants and fine black carbon in the immediate and surrounding areas.
All right. Thank you very much. I do not see any questions of clarification. So with that, I'll say thank you very much. Okay, I'll ask again. Is there anyone else present who is affected by the decision differently than the general public who would like to request to speak? Okay, I do not see any other speakers. I will now invite the applicant respondent to present their case to council. We have Jennifer Sang to represent the applicant respondent, Kian Management Limited. Jennifer, please come to the microphone, and you have 10 minutes to speak. The clerk will note when you have 30 seconds remaining. The floor is yours.
There's a spill here. Can I just get this wiped up? Thank you, Deputy Mayor and Council. As noted, I am here. My name's Jennifer Song. I'm here representing the applicant. Since our last appeal hearing, we did take another site visit with staff. We had licensed landscape architect do a site visit and analyze the vegetation, and we had engineers on site. They've all confirmed that there is significant vegetation on the property. As a comparison, I'd like to show you is it on screen? Oh, I have to hit the, there we go. So I wanted to compare it to Ross Road because Ross Road went through a plan amendment, a rezoning, and a site plan approval to expand its operation back in 2019. So this is a zoning map from the staff report. The C&D operation is the area shown in gray here, and as you can see, there are residential properties on the other side of Ross Road from the operation above and below, and subdivisions very nearby. This is a photo of the main entrance to the Ross Road C&D operation. You can see some landscaping on the left, or some trees, I should say, existing vegetation. You can see the fence. That is it's about 6 feet high. It is a see-through, transparent chain link fence, and you can see there's some small plantings there, but certainly not significant screening. And then the fence comes closer to the road here and goes along the front here. And you can see again, there's just some thin row of trees here and the chain link fence and some grass. This is the second entrance to Ross Road C&D operation. It's further down. You can see a house here on the left across the road. You can see how deep the landscaping or the existing vegetation is here. It's not the third as deep as ours is proposed to be, and this is the fence along the side of the secondary entrance, and you can see there's no screening there whatsoever. This photo is taken from across, this is a residential driveway, and you can see a house here on the left. This is just a view of part of that site and the trees, and you can see the structures in behind. And this is from that same location looking down Ross Road. The entrance is down here at the right. And again, just giving you an idea of another C&D operation that had to go through a similar site plan approval process. Now, this is a photo. You've seen a number of these today. This shows the zone line. So the red dashed line is a zone line. The C&D operation would be below the line. Above the line is still the same property. It extends quite a ways up. And you'll see that there are areas of large trees and areas of regeneration. This is looking east. It's a zone line again. The wetland that people have been talking about is here up above the line. That is not proposed to be altered in any way. The zone line is quite a ways down below, and the C&D operation would be below the line. If you look at the cars here on the edge of the road, the highway, and you look closely, you can see the trees are actually taller than the cars, and this is some of the original growth here that didn't burn along the frontage. There are notes on the landscaping plan that you may or may not have been able to read in your staff report, so I'm just going to read them to you. So the area consists of two types of wooded area. The existing wooded area is the area not burned in the 2008 forest fire. It includes a variety of native tree species, including white birch, larch, and white spruce. Dense forest areas include trees with a height of 10 meters, 33 feet, and higher in some areas. The other area of growth is the existing regenerating woodland is the area that burned in the 2008 forest fire. It includes a variety of native species as noted above. After an initial period of reestablishment, the vegetation is growing vigorously. Deciduous trees have reached a height of 2 meters, 6.6 feet, and higher. Now, this is a landscaping plan, which our landscape architect prepared. So the dark green is the wooded area that didn't burn. The regeneration area is the light green. And we provided these cross sections. I'm happy to go through those in more detail. I thought I had 5 minutes. I'm not sure if I have 5 or 10, but it's going to take some time. So I'd like to just keep going, and if you want me to walk you through those, I will. And I guess the other thing I wanted to say is in the recent years, in 2023, the Department of Environment actually adopted new rules for C&D operations. So there's actually a new set of rules where they are the body responsible to analyze and regulate C&D C&D operations and their impacts on wetlands and watercourses. So we will be subjected to those, in addition to the your licensing bylaw, which is quite extensive, and grade alteration permits and construction permits. So that is all yet to come. And I guess I would also, I think most of you know, but tonight is not about whether a C&D site should go there. That decision's already been made through the rezoning and the board decision. Tonight is about the site plan approval criteria. We meet those criteria. This is more than just an increase in the height of the fence. I will walk you through some of these. So this cross section, this first one here, the right-hand side is the property boundary. So the site plan approval says screening from the property boundary or the adjacent property. So the right-hand side, so this is the existing trees that didn't burn. So that's this thick green, dark green here. Then you get into the regeneration area and slopes down to the pond and then up. And then you get to the zone line. So this line on the left is the zone line right here. And so the operation is still even within that. And if you look closely, there's a person standing on the right, and there's a red dashed line, which is the line of vision when a person's standing on the property line, what they see. The line of vision goes up, and you can see you're seeing the trees. You wouldn't see the fence, which is all the way over here on the left inside the zone line, which is the Jersey barrier and the fence and the landscaping. The second one here, this is the property line on the left, so this is the farthest property line. Again, the regeneration forest, and then some of the older forest where it goes through here. And then you get, it slopes up, and then you get to the zone line, and then inside that is the fence, the 8-foot-high fence, and there's landscaping in front of that as well. So again, if a person is standing over here on the left on the property line, they will not be able to see the operation inside the zone line. So the next one, this shows from the front where the street is, and then all the way to the back line. I'm going to give you a close-up of that. So here is highway number 7. There's a car, there's a person, the ditch goes down. Then you've got the growth that we saw along the highway there. Then this is the proposed landscape berm. So it's not just a taller fence, it's a berm with landscaping on top. Then down, and we have the fence here that's 8 feet high that is screened. It's not a clear chain link. And then the operation is beyond that. If you're standing at the back on the what used to be all provincial land in the back there, this was a person's height. Again, looking through the older growth forest that didn't burn, your line of sight goes up, and you get to here. This is the again the fence, which is not visible from that person standing there, and then you get inside there, and then potentially this is the maximum stockpile could be, which it likely wouldn't even be that. So just in comparison, houses are allowed to go taller than stockpiles. So we're asking you to please deny the appeal, thereby approving the site plan, and I am here to answer any questions.
Right. Thank you very much, Jennifer. Switch over. Okay, we have some questions for you, starting with Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I just have a couple of questions for you related to the site visit with staff. When was that done?
That was done shortly, a month or two after our last hearing, which was a year ago. So it would have been in the fall of 2025.
Okay. And the forest data around the height of the trees and the vegetation and stuff, when was that data collected?
That
which
would
you're
have
representing here?
also been around the same time. It was in preparation for our revised plan, which I believe staff said was submitted in September of 2025.
So that was 2 months after the last decision. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. So I wanted to ask about the water course, because I did have the chance, based on the speakers to take a look back through old Google Earth data, and I don't know if the beavers have dammed it up, but it has definitely grown in size quite considerably from the images in 2025 compared to 2022. I'm just wondering, the water course setback piece, how does the enlarged size of that wetland affect the project, and how was that calculated in your submission?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. We had surveyors and experts, watercourse wetland delineation engineers out there on site. We are confident with the data they've provided us.
Do you know when were they there?
We had them out, periodically, and we'll have them out again. So to answer your question, we will have them out again. If they discover that it has changed, then we will have to accommodate that. We will have to be further setback or and follow the rules. And with the new Department of Environment rules, they will require a full delineation. But we had them, we had engineers out after the public hearing last June. They reviewed, they did some aerial, some land truthing and compared it to the maps we had. We are confident that it's reasonably, hasn't changed drastically. We are confident that it's fairly still accurate, our site plan. And if we have to make changes, the zone area is large enough to make those alterations, and we're happy to do that. It's always a judgment call, since the site plan approval process doesn't require that delineation, it's better to wait and do it at the time when we're doing grade alteration permits and satisfying the Department of Environment. Because the minute you do it, you have to do it again and again. So that's a judgment call on behalf of the applicant. And as staff said, there's some risk associated with that, but we still have to meet all those setbacks. That doesn't change.
Okay. Maybe I can ask, maybe it'll be simpler. Like this pond changed in size quite considerably and very noticeably, right? Like you can see it on the satellite. Have your experts, were they out before that or after?
Well, it's constantly changing, right? Theoretically. So they were there before, they were out there last year, but it's more than just looking at where the water is. You have to look at the vegetation. There's certain vegetation associated with wetlands. So some areas that don't look like a wetland that are dry can be a wetland, and some areas that look wet may not be an actual wetland. It's quite scientific about that. And so we're aware that we'll have to, if this takes another year, right, we'll go, do we go out now? Do we go out another year? It's not a factor of a site plan approval criteria. It's a factor through the environmental process and the permitting process. So we'll have to do it prior to that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. Councillor Gillis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A few questions, Jennifer. What's the type of materials that you're going to store there? I know it's C&D, but could you be a little bit more specific? How long will the materials be stored there? And then part 3 to that, where do they get shipped off to after they are separated and processed?
So this is not a site plan approval matter, but I'll try to answer your question. It came up in the past. It's actually regulated in your licensing bylaw. There's a definition of C&D materials. That's bylaw L200. They are inert materials, so it could be things like long steel beams. It could be, it's all inert. It could be broken down into smaller pieces and used as bedding for plants, landscaping, or pet bedding, or other building materials. A big beam can be cut into 2 pieces. Those are examples, but it's all closely regulated. No hazardous material is allowed on site. Hazardous materials by law has to be removed at the site of demolition. So if you're tearing down a school, that has to be removed there. There's a federal law about that and dealt with and properly managed, contained, and removed. Anything that comes to this site has to be able to be reused and recycled, not disposed, no hazardous. It's very, very strict.
And where do they get sent to after that? Like, do they get sent out of Nova Scotia, like to somewhere else, or?
They could be. So the way the HRM law works is you have said that C&D material first has to be dealt with here in HRM. We can't even go to another county in Nova Scotia. So it has to be, say, what is this? You could have lockers from an old school or steel beam. Then you decide what you're going to do with it. If once it's processed into something else, whether it's, say, animal bedding or whatever, then yes, it can be taken. It's a repurposed material, and it can be taken out of HRM, out of the province. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Jennifer, you made the comparison with Ross Road C&D. What type of C&D operations at Ross Road?
Ross Road is a transfer station, not a processing facility.
And can you explain the difference between transfer and your site that you're representing is a processing, correct?
It's transfer and processing.
So can you explain the difference in the two?
Yeah, so transferring is you come in with material before you send it elsewhere, and processing, you're coming in with material to repurpose it or change it into another product to then leave the site.
So there's additional activity in it processing?
There is, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Just going to suspend the hearing for a second. We may have a broadcast issue. Simon, we may have a broadcast issue. You just check.
One moment, please.
Maybe on the receiver's end. If he's still in his car. Maybe on the receiver's end if he's still in his car.
If he's driving through Purses Cove.
No, it's on the drive side. He says he drives getting up to go to the. All right, we're good. Yeah.
Sorry for that.
I said it's probably on the receiver's end.
Right. All right. All right. Let's come back to order, please. Sorry for that interruption. Where were we? Councillor Steele. Okay, we were finished with that last question. Okay, Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I have a question just about the fence. So the height of the fence increased from 1.8 meters to 2.43 or 5 feet to almost 8 feet. Can you describe the fence, please? There's been some comment about whether the fence will screen or not. So can you just describe what it will be like, and if you have experience with using this type of fencing at other facilities?
Thank you for the question, through you, Madam Chair. So the site plan approval criteria is that screening should be provided with existing vegetation first, and then supplemented with a variety of means. So the fence is proposed to be the chain link with the slats, the green slats that go through it, with also landscaping and a berm in front of it, and it's raised in height. So, and there are requirements in your licensing bylaw that that it be maintained. So if there's any damage to it or stops functioning the way it should, then it has to be maintained and corrected, repaired. So the other C&D sites in HRM don't have that fencing at all. So this would be an improvement over what you currently have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor and Chair. Thank you, Jennifer. My question was also about the fence. You heard me ask our staff about the one change that it looked like since the last time that we spoke. And so in my district, I do have a C&D facility. It's pretty well gated. It is off of the highway. It is in a more rural context. There is some fencing, though. I heard you say that there's no fencing, but and then when I think about the comparison with Ross Road, so Ross Road just being a transfer station, so it's different, as Councillor Mancini, elicited, that it's very different activity than what happens. So was your comparison to use Ross Road only about process? Because even, I drive by Ross Road a couple of times a month, and I know that some of that fencing is a very solid look. It's not just chain link, right? So having heard the appealants and all of that kind of stuff, still the applicant had not decided to change anything about the chain link fence to make it a little bit more not visible from the naked eye. So I'm just wondering why you stayed with just the chain link fence and haven't looked to accommodate the community in another way in terms of the composition of the fence. So I'm a little bit curious about that. And in some of your images, the sight line that you take, is it only from, I was trying to figure out, position myself, north, south, east, and west, but it looked like it was, the sight lines were only from Highway 7. Were they from different, could you clarify that for me then, please? Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you, Councillor, through you, the chair. So a couple of questions there. I don't know if I can get my presentation back. Your first question was?
I'm going to say we could put the slide back up.
Okay. Okay, so I'll start with your last question. So this plan shows cross-section. So this is cross-section called A to A. So the site plan approval says screening from the adjoining lands, which would be the immediately adjacent. So standing on the property line here, looking towards the zone line. So that's A to A. That's this first cross-section below. So this is the right-hand side property line looking towards the zone line over here, okay?
So is that from Highway 7?
No, that's from the side property lines. Highway 7 is in front here.
Okay, thank you.
And so if you look at this A over to this A, this line represents the cross-section. So it's standing on the property line inside the property, not right on Highway 7, okay? So that's that one. B cross-section is from the left-hand side, the western property line, also in from the highway. And we chose a site that, a view line that just nips the corner of this older growth and is more through the regeneration. So here it is here's the person standing, looking through the regeneration forest, it slopes down, you hit that little pocket of wooded area, and then it slopes up, and then here's where the fence would be over here. Or we're calling it a fence, as you know, it's the concrete barrier, chain link with the slat. So what changed, touching on your other question, was our previous plan was just chain link, because the feeling was with all the existing vegetation, you pretty much can't see that far anyway, and the site plan approval says where the existing vegetation isn't good enough, it should be supplemented. But because of the concerns of council at the last meeting, and we didn't have this detailed conversation about the vegetation, there was some thought that maybe there was no vegetation whatsoever. So we wanted to demonstrate what the vegetation actually is. We've increased the height of the fence, we've added slats, and supplemented some of the vegetation in the front here and gave more information. So that was the biggest issue at hand, and so that's why we've address
Jennifer,
that.
I'm going to run out of time. Can I ask for one
sure,
quick clarifier?
sorry.
Just before I run out of time. So your sight lines are within the property?
No, they're from right outside the property line. If you're
But
standing out.
you'd have to like get out of your car, be in there for those sight lines to make any sense. So I guess my concern is, how relevant is that to if I'm on number 7 highway looking, or if I'm the next community road or the neighborhood looking? So I can't quite equate what you're showing us as being relevant to the concerns of the community. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does make sense. What I'm showing you is what's relevant to the site plan approval. The site plan approval does not require that every community within kilometers and kilometers should not be able to see the site at all. If there's a subdivision that's up higher in elevation 2 kilometers away, that's not what we have to screen it from. The site plan approval says you have to screen it from adjoining properties. So we do have a view from the front line, from the street, from the highway. You're right, it doesn't make a lot of sense who's going to be standing there, but we're trying to meet site plan approval and show you that there is vegetation. And here's what you would see if you were on the adjoining property. And we did it from the rear because it's also the adjoining property, even though that is provincial crown land. So no, it doesn't make sense, and that's why we didn't really show it before. But because there was so much confusion about screening last time, we said, well, let's go to the site plan approval criteria. Let's show the cross sections from every adjoining property line, which is what it says, so that everyone can understand what the vegetation is. And we increase the fencing, even though one could argue that
Thank you,
might not be
Jennifer. I'm
necessary.
way over time.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So I'm going to go back to, and I know that you commented about the setbacks for the wetlands is not relevant to this, but there is a layer of interest for me in that, the capacity for me to be absolutely sure of the information that's coming forward. I just want to know, from the last time this was here and from the time that it was in Harbor East, there was a question around concerns related to the water course. In the photographs that we have seen, both from yourself and from the appellants, it shows a very wooded area that is dead, or at least on its way to being completely dead. Zooming in on that, it appears to me that it's very wet. So who you're representing knows that. The appellants know that. You know that. Knowing that you're coming into a situation like this, and you've made some adjustments to some of the concerns of the community, why would that not have triggered this proponent to make some adjustments to that now?
Councillor, I'm concerned we're moving a little away from the site plan approval, and if I can refer you to the environmental implications section of the report, it's very clear there are no environmental implications with the proposed development as it pertains to municipal approvals. That's been reviewed by planning development staff as well as legal, and so what we are here to hear the appeal on is the site plan approval, and in particular the concerns that was raised by this council at the last appeal, which really related to the sight lines from the property line. There was very little other concerns raised, and so I would ask members of council, all of you, to keep in mind that really we are focused here on the site plan approval as in accordance with our bylaw.
Thank you. I guess from my perspective, it's around being able to rely on the data and the information that's coming forward. So, has to be relevant. I get it. All right. Thank you.
I see no other names on the board. I have a question. Sure. May well, may I ask a question for the chair? Would
Sure.
that'll be okay? So John, I'm going to challenge you on Councillor Kent's question about the trees. Could you pull up the cross section, please, again, that shows the vegetation? Right. So on the map, you have that the uppermost green patch. That's green, showing that as treed vegetation, but that is in fact the dead patch of trees. That upper green one would be the dead trees. So it doesn't really act as a green buffer anymore, as shown on the map.
Well, I guess that's our landscape architect went out. He's licensed. He used accurate data. We're confident in that. If this has changed or if this is inaccurate, it will be discovered when we do the delineation at the time when we're working with Department of Environment. A lot of the information, the photos that we've seen.
That's all right. Thank you. Thank you. That is the dead patch of trees. So it's not about the expansion of the water. It's about right now we're talking about screening and buffering, and if that is being indicated as a screen or a buffer, I don't think that could be shown on the map and on this schematic anymore as a green buffer. Yeah, it shows existing wooded area, but from all the screenshots and aerials and drone shots and Google shots we've seen, it's actually a dead forest. It's not. It's a drowned forest. It's not a live forest. It's not a green buffer zone. Well, I think it's if it's being indicated as treed screening, it's not. But my other point here is that. Sorry, I have the floor there, Councillor Pillery. I'd appreciate, I'm asking for a question of clarification about the trees. Yes?
Thank you. Madam Chair, Deputy Mayor, you must only ask questions of clarification, not debate with the Speaker.
Right. So, the other question I have is about why specifically are you choosing the property line for your sight lines and not the adjacent parcels? So when I'm reading the requirements here, it says that the land use impacts on the adjoining lands, not necessarily from the property boundary, but from the lands in general. And so I'm just wondering, when you go to the adjoining lands, do you take any other perspectives beyond the ones from the property boundaries?
So the adjoining lands, we could have gone further into the adjoining lands, further from the property line, but that would have shown a greater distance, and that someone might have thought that was also misleading. So we got as close as we could to show what the view would be from the adjoining lands.
Right, so it wasn't kind of a comprehensive look at the view from the adjoining lands.
We did not go through the entire adjoining lands and create a bunch of views from the entire. Adjoining means immediately adjacent. So we went to the closest point of the adjoining lands to the property.
Right, and that's where the perspective would be the shortest kind of perspective with the trees then. Like if you had the trees right there and you're standing right here with the adjoining land, as opposed to being 50 feet back, would that change the perspective if you were 50 feet back or 100 feet
It would depend
back?
on the grades and whether there's vegetation in that 50 feet on the adjoining lands, but you're still looking through the entirety of this property's
And was
lands.
any of that considered?
We did not do grade elevation. It's not required, but we did not do grade elevations of the entirety of all the adjoining lands, no.
Okay, thank you. Okay, seeing no further questions on the board. I will now turn the page. Okay, so I'm going to turn over to you, Solicitor. Would you please outline the process for council and the motion which must now be put on the floor?
Okay. So as the recommendation section of the report says, the rules require us to put the motion on the floor that reads that the appeal be allowed. If that passes, then that would allow the appeal of the residents and reject the site plan approval as presented by the property owner. And the staff recommendation is that you vote no and deny the appeal on the basis as set out in the report and as you've heard from the respondent. And I would note that this is actually the second appeal of this site plan approval. Council has considered this as you've been told, and that is noted in the submissions and the staff comments in the discussion section. In effect, where council heard this the first time, it raised no issues with the items which are marked as addressed in the previous site plan approval submission. So if there is new concerns with what you essentially agreed to in the past, we would need to understand that for the record going forward in terms of challenging that at this point. And as you've heard, the C&D facility is itself an approved use of the property by virtue of the Supreme Court's order. So the number of the issues that are raised are unfortunately and very distressing for all involved, but not germane, unfortunately, to the argument. The issue is largely whether you're satisfied now with the revised site plan approval. And as I've noted as well, the issues surrounding noise and the concerns on noise, air quality, water quality, or property values are not relevant to the site plan approval question. Okay, so you will vote no if you accept the staff's recommendation and support the development officer's decision on the matter, which would allow the facility to proceed to the next stages of planning and approvals from DOE and the rest, or vote yes to allow the appeal, in which case the site plan approval is denied. No, that's the motion. The recommendation. Hold on. That's the motion. The recommendation is that the staff recommend the council deny the appeal. Okay? Okay.
There we go. Okay. Just clarifying everything here. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'll put the motion on the floor and move that Halifax Regional Council allow the appeal. And I'll speak to that now. I've been involved in this right from the very beginning as far as those at Harbor East in the last 6 years. I am fully aware that this decision has to be based on the current policies within the land use, I forget what it's called, the bylaw related to the plan that we're seeing today. And I would point to page 5, landscaping plan that shall be prepared that protects and minimizes land use impacts on adjoining lands, and the plan shall indicate the type, size, and location of all landscaping elements, including the landscaping along the front of the property to achieve the objective of the plan. And the second one, within any designated side and rear yards, existing vegetation shall be retained unless it does not provide an adequate screening measures. I put forward that I will be voting in favor of the appellants, and in recognition that to me these are not satisfied enough for me to proceed. Thank you.
All right, Thank you. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So, Deputy Mayor, as the solicitor said earlier on in this tonight, I've got questions, and so staff have already done their presentation. So, some of these questions are from some of the presenters, and I crossed off the ones that are not relevant to the site plan. So, I've done that. So, I'm going to direct those questions to you, Deputy Mayor, and hopefully someone in the room that has the knowledge of it. And I'll give those questions to you now. There's a claim that the settling pond is the wrong location, so I haven't been on the site. I have no idea. I'm just looking at the map. There's the claim that it's the wrong location. There's who do we have from staff that can tell us that's correct? Next question is that and I think Councillor Kent alluded to it, is the role of the fence. What's the fence supposed to do? What material can be used? What's the height? How do we measure that? Is there any confirmation of what's being proposed or what's in place is accurate? There's claim that the buffer is incorrect. It should be 60 meters. In fact, the claim was that it's less than 5 meters from the watercourse. Any confirmation of that, whether that's correct or not? The site plan not being accurate was another claim with regard to the wetlands and the erosion. And Councillor Austin talked about how the wetlands have grown dramatically from what we've seen here on the screen. Vegetation is used as a claim to a visual screen, yet there's an argument that the vegetation is very high, and so how do we identify that? How do we measure that? Confirm that's the case. The applicant showed us in her presentation. Jennifer showed her presentation the very good maps about sight lines. So that's great. That's what the map is. How do we know that's accurate or not? Is there confirmation of that other end? So those are questions I'm just looking to answer, and I think they're all related to the site plan.
Let me try.
Okay.
Madam Chair, through you to council. So,
and I can repeat those if you want, John. Sorry.
No, you may need to, but let me start off by putting it this way. You're sitting in a quasi judicial position. It's not a question of unanswered. It's not an issue of unanswered questions. It's a question of whether you're satisfied on the evidence in front of you, which is the staff report, and any evidence or proof led by the applicants or the respondent in response. So the 60-meter watercourse setback is set out and addressed in attachment C of the report, and is largely a matter, as you will be aware, of the Department of Environment and rest. So it's, in terms of the fencing, council has to be satisfied with respect to whether or not it meets the requirements based on what you've heard tonight for, the buffering as set out in the bylaw. And so you have the evidence of the respondent, applicant, in this case, the property owner, setting out what it does, and you will have heard from, and you can judge from the plan and the staff report as to whether that's satisfactory or not. So it's not a question of unanswered questions as it is in a public hearing. It's a question of sitting in judgment on the development officer's decision. Are you satisfied that the development officer made the right decision or not?
Where are we for time here?
I'm not sure if I got it all.
Right, and so it's clarification. This is very difficult because this is not my expertise. We deal with a lot of stuff here at council that's not my expertise, so we rely upon our qualified staff to bring forward the information. And so personally, when I look at it, I look at what is the staff telling us. If there's an applicant, what does the applicant said, and I listen to the residents if it involves the residents. Today's situation is very difficult. I sat in some of your living rooms years ago when I first got elected and listened to your concerns. It came to community council. We voted a certain way in community council and it got overturned. And the question is asked, would I like to see the operation next to me? And the answer is absolutely no, I wouldn't like it, and I'd be arguing the point. It's very difficult where we sit here today. And based on what you just heard from the solicitor, we have to go by the information is here. I don't like it. I think I can hear the pain in your voices, and I can see it, and your concern. We've already had two colleagues of ours that gave their strong opinion, and they're not allowed to even be here. I'm sure they're watching at home here today. This whole thing, in my opinion, personally, is a mess. It smells, and I don't like it. However, I think one gentleman said we have rules, and the rules have to follow. He said, you know, I think he quoted it, until it doesn't make any sense. Well, I'm close to that, but you know, I can't be there. So unfortunately, my situation is, as much as I don't like this, that I'm going to have to vote against the appeal. However, I'm hoping after this, regardless of what happens, if it doesn't go in the way that you want, I'm looking at the folks in the gallery, that you know, the province hopefully is the last one. They change the rules. They make the final decision on the environment piece. Hopefully, they see what we all see, and they have that jurisdiction to vote in the right direction. So thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Mancini just said it was kind of tricky, it smells, but it's actually pretty straightforward. You may not like how we got here, but you know, just to sum up, the then Utilities and Review Board in 2020 decided with the appellants, Keyan Management, to permit the C&D facility. We can't change that. Keyan then applied, and through this process was overturned, got a judicial review, which was decided in 2024. Judge Jameson overturned it and said it's got to come back to council. It did. It was not approved, went back, here it is again. So what's interesting is several speakers, and I thank everyone for coming out. I understand how fraught and how emotional this process probably is, but several people refer to this as a proposal. It's not. It's not about the wetlands, it's not about the air quality, it's not about traffic or trucks or any of those things. It's about a site plan approval process and the limited criteria that are met for the site plan approval process. And so Councillor Mancini just said he's looking for advice from our qualified staff. They gave it. It's right here. Our qualified staff explicitly state in this report that they recommend going ahead with this and turning down the appeal and allowing the site plan to be approved. So if you're looking for advice from our qualified staff, that's the advice. And to our solicitor's point, we're in a quasi-judicial environment here, and we have to make a decision. Do we agree with the appellants or do we agree with the respondent? This is also subject to judicial review. And if we make the wrong decision, especially if we use criteria or factors that are not relevant to the site plan approval process in this appeal before us, guess where that's going to go? So I have considered the speakers who have spoken here today, both Ms. Song and all the residents who came forward. And on balance, I have to vote to not allow the appeal. The screening, the vegetation, even from the submitted photographs, it's pretty clear there's plenty of screening around this property that meets the site plan approval process. So, you know, it is what it is. And all of the other factors, the pond, the buffer, those are not within our consideration today. So, thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Chair and Deputy Mayor. A couple things struck me in this evening's appeal hearing. In our staff report, they said we may make any decision that the development officer could have made. And of course, the development officer's decision was based on the site plan approval criteria. So like Councillor Cleary, I feel that I have to vote with the recommendation of our staff. based on what's been presented, I feel that the site plan approval criteria dictate that we go with the recommendation of the development officer. I like a number of councillors, Councillor Mancini, I understand the concerns of residents in the area, but whether this facility goes ahead or not is out of our hands. We were here tonight for a specific reason. We varied a bit from it, but we were to approve the site plan or reject whether we were comfortable and whether the changes that we requested last time were made. There were changes made. I feel they're sufficient, so I will be voting no.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Austin?
Thank you, Ms. Chair, and, similar sentiment here. I remember when I was fresh elected, going out and sitting in a living room to hear about this proposal as it was winding its way through Harbor East, and I never supported it, right? I took the staff report that was well done, and I thought raised good points, and voted no, let's not rezone this land. We know how that went, right? We lost that one, right? That got overturned. And, our role tonight is not to retry that in another form, right? Just because we don't like it, right? We live in a society governed by the rule of law, and that means that now and then, even when you don't like it, thumbs the rules. And so I look at this, from that site plan criteria, and the piece that I heard tonight that I found the most interesting was regarding the watercourse. But now I hear clearly from the solicitor, well, I can't weigh that, right? That's Department of Environment, right? When that eventually comes, that's not something I can consider, because of everything I heard tonight. That was the piece that was like, just looking at that Google imagery, it's like, this has changed. That is different. But that is not my role tonight to decide on that, right? That goes over to the province. So with that in mind, I can't support the appeal. I can't do it from a place of, it does us no good as a body, as a government here, to, vote for things that we know will get overturned, and let that be done elsewhere. Because every time we do that, we tell on ourselves as being unserious. We have to at times make the hard decisions, even when they're not popular, even if we don't like them, because that is what we're bound by in our process and under the rule of law. And so I find myself, I don't want this facility. I would, if this was a public hearing and a zoning, I would vote as I did before. But that's not what we are doing tonight, and so I can't vote for the appeal, I'm afraid. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, Madam Chair. It's hard when you agree with everybody on both sides of a conversation. I think that this staff did their job well. I think that the appellants, that people that came forward, they did their homework too. And they did bring some really good science and some really good evidence to say that there are issues here. And we know that we can't change the Supreme Court decision. But what we can do is figure out how do we mitigate as much as we can that this facility that we know that we can't change, but we can mitigate as much as we can to protect the community. And so, when you say, Mr. Traves, you said, was there enough evidence presented to say that there was enough changes made? So for me, there wasn't enough evidence. I think that there was evidence that came from the people who spoke, the appellants, that said there could be something different that could have been done. I don't think that the changes to the fence are enough. I do think that there is, when we look at the site plan, I don't think that that's enough. I think that it's unclear about, in terms of the site plan, the location, where the vegetation and the buffer zones are, all of those things. I really don't feel like I have enough evidence to make a decision to say, you know, don't allow the appeal. So I will vote to allow the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. No further comments. I'll, if I may. So I'm in agreement with Councillor Daigle-Gammon. I don't feel that there has been enough evidence presented to convince me that the changes to the screening are doing what they are required to do, which is to minimize the land use impacts on the adjoining lands. I'm not convinced that, you know, the buffers, the additional fence height, the mapping of the wooded areas are accurate. The evidence doesn't convince me of that from the documents in the report, because evidence was also presented that showed contradictory information. So looking at all the evidence that was presented here tonight, I will have to approve the appeal. I am not convinced either. Thank you. Okay, with that, is there call? Wait. Oh, Councillor Austin, go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. I just want to clarify for council, because I thought I heard our solicitor say, you know, if we allow the appeal, we have to provide reasons for why, right? Like, we have to actually say, like, what specific criteria.
No, we've heard the debate. The debate is on the record.
Is that enough?
I think that should be sufficient. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the question has been called. We are now going to vote electronically on the matter. Okay, so the appeal is denied. With that, I'd like to thank staff, the appellant, the applicant, and council for a thoughtful and I feel thorough discussion this evening about this case. And with that, I think we are ready to adjourn. So is there a motion to adjourn? I saw Councillor Kent there first. We are adjourned. Thank you.